Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. My name is Guifei Jing. It's my colleague from the program board, Professor Pang Yun. We are the moderator of this session. This the first showcase session. So we are honored to together with the guests here. I don't want to use more time to introduce the background and the progress of this agenda. We all show the full schedule from the website. So we just start the presentation and give more time for the speaker and for the discussion among this showcase session. We were all very honored to invite the first speaker, Professor Amori Aloha. I'm sorry, I hope I can pronounce your name correct. He will give us a presentation about how to achieve scalable flood risk protection through automation and parametric insurance. Mr. Amori Aloha graduated as an engineer specialized in environmental sciences and now worked in parametric and agriculture team of Liberty, maturing as a data scientist. So welcome Maria to give us a presentation. Maria, the floor is yours. Should we go? Yes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. This one? Okay. So
yes, I think you use the corner one.
Okay, please. We have the right
to do the. Okay, two of you.
That's a way. So
maybe you.
Yeah.
This one and this one.
Okay. I think it's over there. Please.
Right. Do we need
it's a presentation?
Yeah. Thank you. Okay. So, okay. So thank you very much for the invitation, and we're very happy to open this session. So yeah, as you can see, we are two today. We will talk a bit about flood risk and especially how to use Earth observation for a very specific use case. So we both, I don't know how we could change the slide. Do we have a comment? Should ask? Yeah, all right. So yeah, we're both part of Liberty Mutual Reinsurance, a big, okay, the big insurance big American company. We did this study in partnership with Floodbase. Unfortunately, they can't be here today, but we're happy to fill this gap for them. And yeah, can you go next slide, please? So yeah, as you're probably aware, flood risk is a huge risk, but worldwide it's now impacting about almost 2 billion person across the world, as you can see on this map. But it's also a growing risk. We see that the flood event recorded has more than doubled in the last, since 2000. Also, the economical loss from flood is huge. We're talking about 400 billions yearly. And the main issue is that almost all of these risks are not covered, with like 83% of the economical loss from flood are not covered yet. The difficulty with that is the insurance mechanism is difficult for flood. And if you can go next slide, please. So the physical property damage in traditional insurance, as you know it, like your home insurance, your car insurance, you need someone going at a field at the asset to estimate the loss. This could take a lot of time. This is not fully objective. You probably had some trouble with your insurance, so you know that this. So first, yeah, this is one of the issues, but also about 70% of the risk are not covered because they are not directly linked to property damage. There could be business interruption. You don't have any attendance to your hotel or attraction park, for example, because the local airport is flooded. You have some supply chain disruption, or the crop and land are not covered because they are too big, and it's very difficult to assess very large area with flood impact. So if you can go to the next slide, please. So parametric insurance, you might have heard of these terms. It's not new, but now with the data era, I would say, it's becoming more and more mainstream. The parametric insurance differs from traditional insurance in the way that you don't need an expert going to your field, to your asset, to estimate the loss. We will rely on a physical and objective index. It could be like wind speed for tropical cyclone, it could be magnitude for earthquake, and for flood, it could be flood depth or flooded area. So the main advantage is we can do this fully remotely. We don't have to go to your field, so we can provide insurance where it was not possible before, and in a very fast way. In general, with this type of insurance, we can send indemnification within days, while in general, when we're talking about big area like states, in general, it was about 1 year, sometimes 2 years to assess the final amount of the loss. It's objective as it is based on physical data, and it permits also very scalable as it can cover a large region. Can you go next slide, please? Yeah, but one issue remains. We do have parametric insurance, it's a solution, but now we need a physical index. And when it comes to flood, which physical index we will use, it's very difficult. And I will let Amaury that work on this explain you why it's so difficult.
Yeah, thank you, Victor. So first, maybe a quick word on how flood modelization is complicated. Flood is actually the consequence of the interaction of different types of phenomenon that we could categorize into 4 components: hydro, static, weather, and especially human. The human impacts, since there are a lot of land use change, river engineering, building dams, etc. So all of it creates a complexity for the modelization, which requires high resolution data, both temporal and spatial. Maybe a quick example on that component. Flash flood, which are typically a huge flood happening, and the duration of this type of events are between 3 and 6 hours. If we don't have hourly scale data, we cannot capture such events. And then naturally, of course, flood events comes from coupled processes. That is to say, for example, we had the example of in Colombia. It was during the rain season, and there was a dam release that created a lot of floods along the river, since the ground was saturated with water. And then, of course, dynamic system. That is to say, the context, the spatial context is always evolving. The best example of this one is, for example, the Valencia event in 2024, if I'm not mistaken. And it was hugely, the impact of it was increased because of the land use change. Could you go to, thank you. So if we cannot, if it is difficult to modelize it, why not just take the observation, the satellite imagery of it, when there are still some challenges that remain, especially the cloud masking. So we have here 2 examples. The first picture on top is showing that with cloud masking we cannot really capture flood, whereas flood-based model can capture it quite well, since they use SAR technology satellites. But not only, one other challenge is the revisiting time limit of satellites. So actually, to capture flood events, we need to to not only based on observation only systems. This is what Floodbase is doing. Can you go to the next slide, please? By combining, by doing data fusion system, combining complementary data sets. Static geographical inputs, hydrological forcing, and of course satellite imagery. This combination enables them to create a model that remains informative, even though one data source is not available or is biased or false. This final model enabled them to, as an output, create flood map, which is the basis of our flood index. Can you go to the next slide, please? Well, here we can see different examples of flood prints. And the main idea is to convert coming from flood prints to flood index by just drawing an area depending on the context on the client, and this gives us a flood extent amount which is proportional, which creates payouts that are proportional to this flood index. Should we go to the next slide, please? Yeah, you can.
So yeah, maybe a simple use case. We work in Napa Valley, as you know. In Napa Valley, they produces a lot of wine, but they are not covered by the traditional subsidization scheme. So using this kind of solution, we were able to provide fast and first relief for this sector. In particularly in 2023, they had huge flood losses, and as you can see here, the yellow lines are drawing the shape of the vineyards. We can know exactly what was the amount of vineyard impacted there. And another example, if you can go next slide, please. So yeah, maybe not the most relevant use case when we're talking about climate change, but golf courses is a great application for this, as they are generally impacted not directly by the property damage, because a big flood actually make the grass greener, but actually they can suffer from what we call the business interruption. Like when the golf course is flooded, you can't have any customer for like several weeks. And yeah, that's a good example of what we can provide through parametric insurance, as this is not directly related to an actual property damage. It's just impacting the business. And yeah, I think we're done. If you can go to the next slide. Yeah, thank you very much. And I guess we have some time for questions, maybe. Yeah, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you for excellent presentation, Amri and your colleague. Any questions or comments? Okay, please.
So can turn your microphone so they're online.
No.
We also have online colleagues. So yeah,
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. When we've looked into this previously, there's always that issue of, if you now own the data or Liberty is kind of doing this work, then the liability sits with Liberty, and therefore people weren't adopting it as a solution. Are you able to actually use this parametric insurance, or are you still depending on it? Are you using it just for we will now release funds, or are you using it for actually we can now quantify the amount that we will release to you very, very quickly?
Yeah, so actually what you are highlighting is what we call the basis risk, is the difference between the actual losses assessed on the ground and what we will pay for. This is very important as we try to minimize this basis risk. One way to deal with this is we will have a proof of loss, meaning that we will ask our customers to send us an estimation of the proof of loss, and we will compensate from the maximum between those two indices. That's a way to deal with this in parametric insurance. But yeah, this is very important, and the goal of anyone that doing parametric insurance is to minimize this business risk, because at the end of the day, this will make the product commercially viable.
I know you operationally using this
Yeah, yeah,
data
yeah.
right now to release sites.
Those two use cases are actual clients of us.
Excellent. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Can you comment on the area of coverage of the project and accessibility? Is this just a Liberty Mutual internal project, or is this accessible to others?
So at the moment, as it is very costly in terms of data computation, etc., we doing one country after another. It is actually available in US, Mexico, Colombia, Italy, and we are working on additional countries at the moment. And this is not only Liberty. We had a huge partnership with Floodbase, but they remain proprietary of this model. What we have done with Liberty is provide the insurance part of this model, the automation, pricing approach, etc., to underwrite this. But this is available for everyone. Yeah, and they are working also in the academic side, so feel free to reach to them directly.
So when you say available to everyone, is there like a URL we can go to and like, oh yeah, I can download yesterday's flood?
This is a commercial model, but yeah, for example, for insurance, definitely this will be a licensing model. But for academic, they are, I think they have other agreement that they can work more freely or openly, I would say.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good.
Okay, so let's move on to our second showcase. So our second showcase will be given by Dr. Zheng Wei. Dr. Zheng is come from the China Meteorological Administration and the National Satellite Meteorological Center. Actually, he's in charge of currently he's the director of the International User Service Center. He has a background about the remote sensing, also especially for the disaster and prevention and mitigation. Please, Dr. Zheng.
Thank you very much for moderator's introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm very glad to be here to give us a brief introduction about the Fengyun meteorological satellite support for early warning fall. Next, please. And we all know that the UN's proposals the early warning for Earth in 2022, and the initiative aiming to ensure everybody in the world should be protected by the early warning system by 2027. And GEO also have the priority about weather hazard and disaster resilience. And this priority also have a very important task about the support early warning for all. Next. And Fengyun meteorological satellite and the operational satellite member of WMO and GEOS, also and the on-duty operational satellite of international charter space and major disasters. There are 5 main pillars to support early warning for all. Please, next. And first, I want to talk about pillar 1, Fengyun satellite constellation infrastructure. Since 1980s, China have successfully launched 23 Fengyun meteorological satellites, and currently there are 10 Fengyun meteorological satellites on the orbit. In fact, this is animation. Can you please this? Yeah. Sorry. The last. Yeah. from this animation, we can see there are 5 geostationary satellites and 5 polar orbit satellites. For the polar orbit satellites, to be honest, China now is the only one country in the world with 4 different polar orbits, including the early morning, afternoon, and inclination satellites. So these satellites can ensure we can get the global scale information 10 times every day. Next, please. The newest Fengyun satellite is Fengyun 4C. It's a geostationary satellite. From this animation, we can see the yellow line. We can see the geostationary satellites and the polar orbit satellites link by the LISA communication technology. It means we can realize the polar orbit satellites and the geostationary satellites comprehensive application. And on this Fengyun 4C satellites, we also have many international advanced sensors, such as the lightning mapping imager can capture the light phenomena about 500 times per second. And we also have the girth sensor can obtain the 3 dimensions structure of atmosphere, such as temperature and humidity profile. Next, please. And Fengyun satellites, in fact, build the system of quality products covering about 85 geophysical parameters, and also supports about more than 10 disasters. This slide shows we use Fengyun satellites to monitor the typhoon, the tropical cyclones, and with the 250 meters with 1 minute. It's very high frequency, and we also utilize the macro sounders to get the 3-dimension structure of the atmosphere. Next, please. Next. This slide shows us we use the Fengyun satellite to monitor the strong convectives. We can see we use the satellites can monitor the strong convectives, such as initiations, and also we can get the precipitation estimations. Also, we can achieve the convective clouds identification and tracking information. Next, please. Next. The second pillar is about the data sharing. Next. Maybe, yes, this one is right, yes. The pillar 2 is about Fengyun satellite global data service. We provide several ways to share the Fengyun satellites, including website and GTS or WIS. GTS and WIS is led by the WMO. We also have the emergency data service, and we can also provide the direct broadcast equipment and the simulcast. By this method, we can realize the Fengyun satellite sharings. Now we have provided the international service for about 139 countries and regions. Next, please. And this is our center's homepage. If you are interested, you can visit this website, can download the Fengyun satellite data. We also recommend you use the toolbox we call the download client. You can use this client to download the Fengyun satellite automatically. It's very easy and convenient to get the Fengyun satellite data. Next, please. And pillar 3 is the application platform. We also develop 3 main software to utilize the Fengyun satellite. The first one is Mazu Fengyun satellite AI box. This AI box is developed for international use with a one-stop and integrated software and hardware toolbox, which can provide customizable meteorological satellite product service. Here shows us a different version of the satellite AI box and also have a website. Next, please. And these two software also are very important. The first one is SWAP. This SWAP software can support the geostationary satellite processing. And the smart software can support the polar-based satellite processing and support the such as natural disaster monitoring and the ecosystem monitoring and assessment. Here also give us the website. If you want to know about the two softwares, you can visit the two websites. Next, please. And the pillar 4 is Fengyun ESM. Fengyun ESM, namely emergency support mechanism of Fengyun satellite. This mechanism is established by the China Meteorological Administration in 2018. Now it has registered rate by 38 countries. And now we have provided more than 190 times emergency support by integrating with the charter. Charter, maybe you know, it's the international charter, space and major disasters. And here we give us the website, and you can visit this website. And if you can activate this mechanism to utilize the Fengyun satellite to support the emergency condition, such as maybe the typhoon, the sandstorm, or wildfires happened, we can utilize this mechanism to provide the Fengyun satellite data and the qualitative product. Next, please. And the pillar 5 is international cooperation. We also attach importance for the deepen the international cooperation. The first one is the Fengyun Satellite International User Conference. This conference, we hold this conference every 2 years. Every 2 years, we hold one time. In fact, now we have held 4 times this conference. This conference aiming to facilitating the Fengyun satellite and deepening the cooperation, the China with international users. Next, please. And we also built the Belt and Road Meteorological Visiting Scholar Program. This program aiming to improve the country's capability of disaster prevention and mitigation, especially for the developing countries. And in fact, now about more than 20 the Belt and Road Scholarship come to China and study and work together with us. Next, please. And we also built the Fengyun Satellite International User Consultation Mechanism. Based on this consultation mechanism, we can discuss the cooperation and jointly cultivate professional in the meteorological field with the developing countries. Now we have held more than 50 times consultation with more than 20 countries. Here shows us the pictures. We hold the consultations conference with different countries. Next, please. And we also have lots of international cooperation with the international organizations such as WMO, CGMS, GEO, and EPSCO. We also have the cooperation with meteorological satellite operator and also with some countries' space agencies to cooperate. Next, please. Here give us the cases we based on the 5 pillars to use the phone satellites to monitor the flood by AI technologies. The floods occurred in the Mozambique. We provide the quality products to the Mozambique and have a very good result. Next, please. And we also utilize phone satellites to monitor the volcanic eruptions occurred in the Earth. We also provide the relative products and analysis reports. And we also support the quality of products to the Earth's meteorological department. Next, please. And in the future, phone satellites will continue to launch the satellites. And about in the future 2 years, we will launch about 3 to 4 phone satellites. We will continue to support the phone satellite. Next, please. This is the last page, and here give us some website and our emails. If you want to utilize phone satellites, you can visit the website and can send an email to me. Thank you very much. That's all.
As now, Dr. Zheng gave us how to use the phone for the early warning in the disaster. Especially he introduced for the 5 pillars from the both for the data sharing and also for the service provider. Also even for the international scholarship with the visiting and the international user group. But the time is a little limited. Maybe can if you have questions, you can connect him later. Okay, so let's move on. Yeah, so thank you again. Okay, our next speak will given by Steve Cobb. Steve will introduce how we can use just use a browser to do the remote sensing data and analysis, especially also kinds of bring the gaps. You know how to use the browser to do the remote sensing data analysis easier. Okay, let's welcome.
Thank you.
Steve.
Hi, Steve Cope from Esri. So I'm just going to give you a really quick couple of slides, and then I'm going to jump over there and give a little bit of demo, and then have some QR codes at the end, because I'm going to talk kind of fast and show some things really quickly. Next slide, please. So what I wanted to share with you guys today is some just quick apps that you can access for accessing data free and open. Share these with any of your coworkers and show them what amazing remote sensing scientists you are without actually having to build anything. The context of this is just that ArcGIS is a big platform. Most of you think of it as a desktop software. There's also an online component, a backend enterprise component. All of that sits on top of a big cloud of data and computation. Okay, so we actually pay for commercial cloud from Amazon and Microsoft to support that backend. Next slide, please. But the key thing here is there's a lot of data on the back end of it. So there's over 100 million items that support billions of requests per day. And a lot of that data is actually imagery. Next slide, please. Sitting on top of that imagery are a bunch of apps. And I'm going to try to show you most of these 5 really quickly. Landsat, Sentinel-2, Sentinel-1, and the Sentinel Land Cover Explorer all use the same app framework. And then there's another app for looking at historic high resolution base map imagery called Imagery Wayback that I'll also show. Next slide, please. So if you know how to get to one of those, Landsat or Sentinel or others, all of them are accessible from the same app in the top right-hand corner. So let's just show those really quick. Not really quick. We'll take some time. We want you to get something out of it, but I do have a bunch of bookmarks in here already, so we'll be able to show this. So this is the Landsat Explorer, and as I said, from the top right-hand corner, you can also get to Sentinel-2 data, Sentinel-1 data, and Sentinel land cover data. There's also a spectral sampler there if you wanted to actually get spectral signatures. But these are primarily designed for exploring data and sort of I'll say suitable for a novice user. What you'll notice, that was not a click I wanted. If you click on any image, it'll tell you when the image was taken. So there's an explore mode, which shows the latest imagery as a composite. There's also a swipe tool, an animate tool, and an analyze tool that I'll show. My favorite thing about this is this data browser because it gives us access to all of the years. And then for each year, it shows the months. And for each month, I can choose here what, except I can't do the slider without a mouse. So there's a slider here. Let's see if we can do that. If I change the slider, it'll show which images have what percentage of cloud cover. I have a slide of that at the end. And then in the bottom right, some standard renderings, natural color, color IR, shortwave, and some indices. So water, built up indices, and for Landsat, we have temperature. This is the swipe tool, and is this going to work? Yep. So here we can easily swipe between multiple images. And if I change over to the next tab, this is looking at the Analyze tab. So under Analyze, we have a variety of band indices, temporal profile, spectral profile, and change detection. So we're doing on-the-fly change detection in the browser here. So this is a scene of a wildfire area that we were just looking at. This is from before the fire, after the fire, and this is an on-the-fly change detection between those two images, looking at the change in vegetation index. So we can move the slider. There we go. So we can just see, the change in burned index. Inside of there, there's also vegetation index, moisture index, and a water index. Then jump over here. This is looking at the shortwave IR. This is a volcanic eruption in Hawaii. And primarily the reason I wanted to show you this one, it's just a really cool image because it shows the lava flow. But we also have the same image from the next day from Landsat. So if you learn the user experience for Landsat, it's basically the same for Sentinel. I'm just jumping between the two data sets here, right? Different days. Okay. And how do I get that? There we go. As I mentioned, there's also an animate capability, so we can look at, we can animate through a series of images, although it didn't update properly. So this is looking at monthly, every 2 weeks or so, the Sentinel data through time of an agricultural area in Saudi Arabia, I believe. And if you look really closely in the calendar at the bottom, you can see it showing as it clicks through which scenes are actually being highlighted there. So the way that you build an animation like this is just by picking individual images. So if I stop that, and then I can just add images in this bottom right in this list, all of those images actually get tagged in the URL. So if you wanted to share this with anybody, oh, it just updated the whole thing. All you have to do is copy the URL and you can share that with them. So it's a really easy way if you wanted to show somebody, oh, go look at this place. Here's a, an animation of before and after the flood or the fire or whatever it might be. And that's actually all I did to persist these links is I just copied them off of my computer and copied them over. Got the controller in the way there. I don't have that. Okay, thank you. Then I mentioned there was some historic data. So all of the base map imagery that we use in ArcGIS Online for the last 12 years or so, that's high resolution satellite imagery that we purchase from third-party vendors that becomes our base map image that you find in ArcGIS Online. So all of that historic data is actually there and available online. There's an app for viewing that called the Imagery Wayback app. And here we're looking at a place just up the street, a couple blocks away, where there was a building constructed over the last few years. And this is before the image was there and what it looked like when the last image we have was collected in 2024. And similarly, there's a little place here that they've built out a little further down. Looks like they're building a new place here for pulling in boats. So this imagery, you can go anywhere in the world. There's imagery there. A lot of this is like 3-meter resolution worldview imagery, depending on how far back you go. Some of it's as much as half-meter resolution urban imagery provided by some of our partners. And then the last thing that I wanted to mention was the land cover data. So we do an annual land cover classification from Sentinel data using an AI model that we developed with Earth Observatory. And that data is available in an app as well. This app allows you to interact. Here we're looking at a change in land cover in Abuja from 2017 to 2025. So there's been a lot of urban growth. If we wanted to look at just the built up areas, we can click on the built up areas and see just those. Or we could look at the change in land cover. So this change in land cover in the bottom right is showing just the area that's viewed on the screen. If we wanted to look at the overall change in land cover, we can look at it this way, and we can see the urban land cover increasing significantly with a big loss in forest cover in that view. And with that, I'm going to jump back up to the front and do 2 more slides. Thanks, Sabrina. Next slide, please. So if that was too fast, there's actually tutorials available that walk you through all the capabilities of the Landsat and Sentinel Explorer app and the Sentinel-1 Explorer. Oh, I skipped Sentinel-1. Damn it. That's why I'm ahead. Next slide, please. And this is how you get to the apps and to the tutorials. And that's it.
Okay,
Thank
you for Steve's pretty cool presentation and also for the demonstration. So that's for questions for Steve.
Everybody's getting QR codes.
Turn on your mic.
Forgive me. Is there any flexibility within, for example, ArcGIS Experience or a kind of app builders to bring in these applications, or are they very much standalone, use these, but for your prototyping or visual?
Could you clarify to bring these to like put different data in them, or to use the app somewhere else, or
bit of both? So operationally, you obviously want to bespoke it. Or usually want to bespoke it towards your policy or regulation or daily monitoring, monthly, whatever it is. Is that possible?
So I think the simple answer is if you like the way the app is and you want to tweak it a little bit, it's an open source app. You can go to the GitHub repo and do whatever you want to it. So we actually did a custom project for the Australia government where they wanted a land cover viewer like the Sentinel viewer, but they wanted to tweak it with their own land cover data that had like 30 classes or something in it.
Yeah.
So they were able to do that. Yeah.
Great.
Yes.
Yeah. Hello. Okay. So we were talking here with Martha from Ecuador, and we've found out before that these models of I don't know land cover or wildfire the risk of wildfire or the signals of land wildfire before. Those are modeled to a specific area or countries. So the land cover for Ecuador, for as an example, is very different. We have a different also conditions, meteorological conditions. So is it possible to tropicalize it to the Ecuadorian or any other country conditions?
So you want to customize the land cover model to your country?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
No, not only land cover, but all the different the indexes. Are they any way to apply for customization?
So the question, I believe, is about customizing indices and analysis regionally. So within these apps, no, but in general in the platform, yes. So we provide pre-trained AI models for a lot of different things now, and those have the ability to be customized. If you wanted to grab like, a Sentinel land cover pre-trained AI model, you could actually customize that to just your geography to work better with the classes you're interested in and your landscape. Yeah. I'm going to talk about those tomorrow.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. Okay, thank you. The next speaker is James Rittingleaf. Can you tell us about the regional Earth intelligence, indigenous frameworks for biodiversity, and I think AI governance? James is a citizen of the Rosebud Sioux tribe and founding member of the GEO Indigenous Alliance. He developed a program that utilize the interface between traditional ecology knowledge, tech, and West science. He applies his expertise in Earth observation technology to cover how tech can be used with West science to address the impact of climate change. James also holds leadership role with University of Colorado Boulder's North Central Climate Adaptation Centers, etc. Please, James, floor is yours.
Midakiapi, Chante Washte Nape Chuzapolo, James Rattlingleaf, Himachiapina, Suchangula Kotoyate, Himataha. I greet you today from my heart with a handshake. And in my culture, we begin that way to recognize our relationship. And I traveled a long way to be here. My home is back in South Dakota in the United States. And it's my opportunity, my great opportunity to be with you today. And as was mentioned in my introduction, I am a founding member of the GEO Indigenous Alliance. And what we want to do today is present two tools for your consideration, for your possible support and engagement. And so when we talk about the work that we embark on, it's important that we think about relationship. Indigenous people are increasingly becoming, I think, more important when it comes to understanding how we go forward with protecting our Earth. And so we do have two tools we wanted to share with you today in our time. It's something called relational values methodology and also Indigenous-led ethical AI biodiversity toolkit. And together, we believe these two tools have the opportunity really to go beyond just measuring biodiversity indicators, but we begin to think about who has authority, who has governance, and who has responsibility. So these two tools, again, are developed with and through the GEO Indigenous Alliance, and also helps us identify and understand what are relational values in biodiversity work, and how can it help us guide us in terms of data collection, data sharing, and how we work that with AI. These tools are important because it allows us to go beyond just the technical aspects of this work. It begins for us to think about, again, authority, responsibility, and consequence. So the question is not only what can we measure, but who defines meaning and who governs use. Next slide. So why were these tools created? Next slide, please. It's because we know that increasingly AI is becoming a powerful tool. It's impacting indigenous people as well. And because of all the ways that we could collect data, it's important that, again, that how we think about governance. So I'm going to say that word again and again, is who governs these data and how does it keep pace with technology? And how do we move it more than just beyond points and polygons? But it raises serious questions. You know, I think about this a lot as an indigenous person in the work that I do, about how we are going to engage with AI and also the responsibility for what that data becomes. Next slide. So it begins with relational values methodology. So think about it in terms of community observation, relationship, responsibility, and indicators and governance conditions. So these indicators, our methodology begins with what communities observe, what they see, what they care about, and ultimately what are indigenous people responsible for. How does this begin to drive our indicators when it comes to traditional knowledge? We think about also that how this informs biodiversity model that we have right now, like EBV and EESG, and all those decision support systems. So the aim is not to reduce numbers or indicators, but is to enhance it with responsibility. So the relational values are not abstract. They shape how our communities understand ecological change and responsibility. Next slide. So I want to talk about Tatanka or buffalo. 7 years ago, I was given the opportunity and responsibility to deliver our intervention for the United States and Australia. And it was there that I talked about buffalo, earth observation, and culture. And today in our cultures and even around the world, you see this mammal, this relative of ours coming back to the land, and how people are thinking about stewardship and how that's important to our culture and how we teach, not only how we do the work, but also what we teach about sustainability, biodiversity, and culture. And the buffalo, or Tatanka as we call it, has been a great example because it goes back into our history. But yet we're bringing it back today. We're bringing it back because not only is it important for the land and biodiversity, but it's important to our culture. Indigenous people have a broad view of these things and why it matters. So when we talk about buffalo returns or any other kind of four-legged returns, we're talking about more than just the mammal or the animal itself. We're talking more about numbers, how we measure this restoration or this renewal, and that's important for us. So let's next slide, please. So who speaks for the animal? So again, moving into our ethical IA biodiversity toolkit. So as we know that biodiversity is increasingly being used by AI systems. I mentioned our Tatanka, how we work with our Tatanka and how we restore it. How can the data be useful, but also do we understand the risks, especially in working with and for indigenous people? So we can measure, for instance, movement and location and those kind of things for our buffalo, for example, but it's more than that for us. And so the toolkit can help us understand governance before the data is collected, before it's labeled, before it's shared, before it's reused, and then how to use it to train the model. So our toolkit is designed to slow the process down before harm becomes normal. Next slide. So we have questions. Do we have the right to begin a project? How do our tools change relationships? Who decides what the data means? Who governs the data and its future use? When should we pause, stop, and refrain? So really, these 5 questions are the heart of our toolkit. They are practical decision points. They help us think about consent, authority, interpretation, sovereignty, downstream use, and limits. So these are important questions. When should we pause, stop, or refrain? AI and all those associated with AI reminds us that these are important questions, and how can we advance these ideas in terms of ethical leadership? So not every technical capability should be automatically used. We need to think about it. Next slide. So we have a canvas or a template for you to think about. How do we begin to look at these statement of values? How are real decisions need to be made in projects? How do we use this worksheet, decision guide, and project planning tool or even an ethical review process. This template can help us document who has been consulted, what permissions are needed, what data can be shared or what should remain protected, and who has authority over the interpretation. This worksheet can also support communities, researchers, institutions, GEO partners working with biodiversity, data, and AI. So the value of this toolkit is that it turns ethical principles into practical questions. Next slide. So we believe that this is a GEO pathway or knowledge hub. It's community-led work. It's a methodology toolkit. It leads to GEO knowledge hub and responsible use by GEO partners. For GEO, the question is how these tools can be shared responsibly. The goal is not to upload indigenous knowledge into a platform, but is to really develop methods for approval within communities, framework, case studies, templates that can advance our understanding working with indigenous people. The GEO Knowledge Hub could help make these resources visible to GEO partners while preserving principles behind them. This could also support biodiversity monitoring, as I mentioned, EBV, EESG conversations, ethical AI, community-based monitoring, and data governance. Knowledge Hub should not separate the tool from the governance that makes it responsible. So let me close by saying that we believe that this work is important in advancing work with indigenous people. And this is not just a presentation of tools, but it's a time, I think, for us to really think deeply about how we work with indigenous communities. That's been our work at the GEO Indigenous Alliance for the past 7 years when we came together and created our entity back in Australia. So again, it's really not about measurement, but it's about relationship. And how does this advance our work at GEO? Well, we think that, and we believe that GEO Indigenous Science is an enabling mechanism, and it can support you as GEO partners and GEO scientists and such going forward. So this is important for us. We want to make sure that we bring this forward, and that we also have some information for you to take away. Next slide. So we want to move from extraction to relationship, access to authority, sharing through sovereignty, and scaling and through limits. Next slide. So here's our QR code. So we want to make sure that you have access to this. Again, this is best viewed in a laptop, and that in our work going forward, we hope that we can continue this dialogue on this toolkit and how it can advance biodiversity indicator monitoring. So with that, I'll stop. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Presentation. Any questions? Okay, please.
Sure, thanks. This morning we heard about sort of the co-creation of data and products with users. How do you see this tool supporting that process, or are you thinking of this tool in the support of another really strong aspiration of tribal nations around the world, the aspiration for data sovereignty?
Well, thank you for the question. I do like that. I like that terminology of co-design or co-creation. I think the time has come for the scientific community really to think deeply about its relationship with indigenous people. What we presented here, and this is a work in progress. We're not done with the toolkit, but I think that there are opportunities to understand this toolkit. I'm not sure if any indigenous groups have done any of this kind of work before, but we at the GEO Indigenous Alliance believe that co-creation, even governance in this work is really important, and it does align. It should align, and it should be aligned with principles like UNDRIP, things that many of our indigenous people have participated for many, many years. And so we look at ways that we can implement UNDRIP in this work, and I think this toolkit and many other toolkits maybe are important progress in advancing indigenous sovereignty, indigenous governance, and I believe when indigenous people are creating these tables for collaboration to do work around biodiversity and other important matters like climate change, there's always a greater opportunity for progress. This is what we're seeking. We're seeking progress through this toolkit. It's not a solution as much as a progress advancing greater understanding so we can all protect our places better.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments? James, I have one question. I think maybe I have also right as moderator. How do you think return of the buffalo? Very good. How do you think the dominant reason is from the government regulation or from the private support? How do you think?
Well, that's a great question. I think, I was struggling if I should bring this forward, Wenbo, this concept called ROAM, ROAM. It's restoring our ancestral megafauna. What do you guys think about that? Well, there are efforts around the world now restoring buffalo, not just America, not just Canada, but in the old country here, in Romania, Spain, UK, and even Georgia. So what happens when we bringing them back? How do we bring them back? And for what purpose we bring them back? I think those are all things that we wrestle with, we struggle with, but also we celebrate. For Indigenous people in America, we celebrate the return of the buffalo because it was almost extinct. It was almost driven to extinction, as you know, if you know our history. But I believe Indigenous people and these megafaunas, our histories and our futures are in parallel. When the buffalo is healthy, when the buffalo is good, Indigenous people are good. And I do believe that. So I think the work continues. I hope that we can advance something like Rome. And I want to see the GEO community begin to think deeply about how they support that, because there are many things that happen when you bring back our megafauna. That's good for everybody. And I think that those discussions need to continue. That education needs to continue, that awareness, but also articulating again what it means. It's not just a feel-good thing, but it's good for all of us, good for all our cultures going forward. So thank you for the question.
Thank you. We just hope this can be operational. Thank you very much, James.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So let's move on to our fifth showcases of this session. Our next showcase will be given by Dr. Zhongbo. He will share with us his GWP, the GEO Arc, especially focused on for the global ecosystem monitoring. Okay, please, Zhong.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. And I'll represent my work group and to make a showcase. And ours called the GEO Arc action, and for Earth intelligence, and how to from data to service for the global ecosystem monitoring. Okay, next please. Next please. First, we'll talk about some small background, little background, and from the scientific view and from the technological view, and also from point of the governance. So how we do use the remote sensing data to do this kind of job. Okay, next please. Oh yeah, sorry. Okay, so there is actually an origination of the GEO Arc, and actually it's the Global Ecosystems and Environment Observation Annual Reports, actually supported from the Ministry of Science and Technology of China, and to try to use the Chinese satellite data to do some evaluation of the China ecosystems and also in the global scales. So this is kind of initiatives. So based on these initiatives, we actually released actually more than 10 annual reports for doing this. Okay, next please. Okay, this is actually a history of the GEO Arc, and actually it's from 2011, actually from 2024, and actually we released a lot of the annual report in the scale of China and in the scale of the globe, also some regional scales. Okay, next please. So this is actually from this that GEO Arc has a lot of outputs, and actually it's about include 3 parts. And the first one is the data products, and the second one is the annual reports, and the third one is the capacity building. Okay, next please. Okay, so from the data sets, and actually we have a lot of data sets. And the first one is the basic data sets for remote sensing end users, the global land use and land cover data. And actually we have the global land 30-meter data, and the from GLC 30 and 10-meter data, and also GIC FCS 30-meter data. And actually this is already public released data sets, and actually you can access from the internet. So actually the global NAND 30 is actually sent to the UN and at 2014. Next, please. And also this is actually the major topics of the annual report. And actually you can access it publicly and download the data sets, also download the annual reports. And as this is actually a contribution of the a large portion of Chinese remote sensing scientists and technicians, and to do this data sets and do this annual reports. And actually it's a very actually, it's very big contributions in China and also in the world for the Chinese scientists to do this. Okay, next please. And this is actually the name of the annual report. Next please. And we'll give some examples. The first example is the GeoArc 2014, and actually talks about the spatial distribution of the global wetlands and the international importance. And actually, it's related to the geo wetlands. Okay, next please. And the second one is the trend in global land degradation since 2000, and this is actually related to the GEO LDN. Okay, next please. And this is GeoArc 2021, and this talk about the sustainable development trend of global territory ecosystems. And actually, this is actually related to the ecosystem atlas of the GEO. Next, please. And the GeoArc 2023, it's a global production of bulk green and oil crops and food security situations. Actually, this is related to the GeoGlam. Okay, next, please. And for the capacity buildings, and actually based on this initiatives and the Chinese Ministry of Science and Technology, and released a lot of projects. And these projects are support the hardware, hardware infrastructure, and also a lot of ideas for research. And also this research contributed to the applications in China of user remote sensing. Okay, next please. And this is actually finally, and actually we cooperated with the United Nations and put all of these data sets and the annual report to the UNCP, and actually you can access this from the UNCP website. Okay, next please. Okay, this actually that's it based on the data sets and the applications. Also, we have a lot of users join in us and to share the data to make some more applications from different perspectives. For example, we have the cooperation with Cambodia and also from Pakistan, also from other kind of international organizations like ADPC. Okay, next please. So we are based on the data sets and the connections, and actually we made some more research and more gaps between the research and the applications. So we have some new progress based on this kind of idea. So the first one is please. First is about we have the ARD using the Chinese data set with the 10-meter level. And after that, because we have the new satellites like the HJ2, so we also incorporate the HJ2 data into this ARD and make this ARD can have higher frequency. For example, maybe 3 days, maybe 4 days to observe the Earth time. So that's even higher resolutions here. Okay, next please. So based on the data set, we have the global land cover data in 30 meters and a lot of them, but most of them are actually based on the international data set, for example, NatSat or Sentinel-2. But now we can have only use the Chinese satellite data to make a 60-meter land use and land cover data. And actually we can have higher frequency of time series in 1 year. So based on this data, we can make actually a better more continuous annual net cover data here. So next, please. Okay, this is ARD and how we use the ARD to make a non-time series ARD to do this net cover and net use map. Okay, next, please. Okay, based on this data set, we can do some essential environment variables in 60 meters and also in higher data frequency. For example, 1 month, and in the future, we want to make it about like 10 days or 5 days once. So that's even more useful than the data actually have the same time frequency with MODIS. So that is very useful. Okay, next, please. So based on that, we also now to doing some artificial intelligence to try to incorporate all of this data together to make a seamless data set. And that seamless data can show the continuous dynamic variation of land surface that may more resourceful and better. Okay, next, please. Okay, so based on the data and based on the applications, we can do a platform to do the environmental monitoring. Next, please. And based on this environmental, we cooperate with the end users to do some like a global ecological quality monitoring, also national scale monitoring like that. Okay, please. Yeah, please. Also, we can do some annual report for different countries, for different regions. Next, please. Okay. The sixth one is actually the ecosystem mapping at 250 meters. Next, please. And we also can doing that in higher resolution in China, like 10 meter, like that. Okay, please. Yeah, so this is also we can cooperate with the Chinese government, like the Ministry of Ecology and Environment. Okay, so that is kind of the higher resolution of ecosystem map. Okay. Okay, this is another one. Okay. Okay, this is actually the work group based on the cooperation of SACEE and CAS and GEO Global Ecosystem Atlas. Okay, please. Okay, this is some examples in higher resolution. Okay, next, please. This is actually finally we bring up the new challenges and expectations of GeoArc. The first thing, how to reach and get feedback from the end user and transfer the demanding into requirements for next 5 to 10 years. And how to empower multi-level users, the government, the organization, community, and also to learn, develop the utilize of AI to reach and to empower. Okay, next, please. So this is the objectives of the 2025 to 2030. Okay, that's all. I think that's all. That is the partners of our GeoArc. So we welcome more organizations and to can come into our group and to make more fruitful results from the GeoArc. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah.
So about transitions, we have time for one question. We have questions? Okay, if no further question, it's yeah. I have one question. You mentioned you also have shared your GeoArc, and also it also has some links with the ecosystem classification. So it also linked to the Atlas, right?
Yes.
So not only for the GeoArc.
Not only for the GeoArc.
Your presentation covers several GWPs.
Yes, not the cover. That's just how to say cooperation and relations, because this is actually a incorporative work program. So we try to make that connection with different groups and to make it more, how to say, to be seen. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Thank you, Dumbo.
Yeah.
Okay, so thank you for our all 5 case case study cases shares. I think it's from the different perspective, different scales, and from the very local scale, from include the for the local people of the traditional culture inside, also to the with the business cases like with the for the flooding monitoring services, to some new tools developed by Esri, and also we have this global scale with multi-disciplines included. And also we can see that for they have data products, they have the multi-users have get involved, which is really shared a lot of information. And also on behalf of Professor Jing and me and the moderators, we also thank you for our 2 volunteers to help us to move on this session, and also for our photographers, and also for all the audience. And also, I think this is a great opportunity for us to use these showcases to share and to communicate with our findings and recent progresses. I think Wimbo designed all of this session. I would like to invite Wimbo to give us some speech.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Jing and Pang, and for keeping time so well, of course, with collaboration from Katerina. Yeah, like very precise, 75 minutes. Thank you so much. And I hope all the other sessions can do so. Well, I don't need to be thanked. So both of you are, members of the program committee of this symposium. So you have designed this jointly, and thank you very much. And one announcement that our session after the lunch is scheduled to start at 2 o'clock, and we are a little bit delayed, but I hope still you come back to this room or another one at 2 o'clock. And yeah, I think we are ready for lunch. Again, the sandwich are served on this floor, and if you need a hot meal, go take the elevators, go to the top floor of the canteen. Yeah, but do stick to your meal options printed on your badge. Thank you.
Thank you.
Testing, testing. Yep.
Hi everyone, I'm sorry I can't be there in person.
Namaste everyone. My name is Amin and I'm currently serving as the events lead for the GEO Youth Community of Practice.
Hello everybody, bonjour à tous. My name
Good afternoon. My name is Tando Mate. I'm the GEO Youth Community of Practice Partnerships Lead, and I'm also a graduate professional at the United Nations Institute of Disarmament Research under the Space Security.
Okay, I'm going to just. Yes, how fast will we go? Take some. Yes, because the other meeting that I have beginning, I need to support some session, but I hand it over to some other colleagues. So I think it would be interesting to support the session. See that some people are watching, right? I'm sure we should. Yes, the match is very warm. She's staying with some yeah. So what? Dedicate your experience to something else. Yes, from the at the beginning, I just wanna sure the side. I was telling you they will run and play. Okay, no problem. Yeah, I'm sure where we go and see. Yeah, okay. Like you're at some point. The order of questions I'll announce the panel and then finish them. But just right? Not then I'll move them to the end. That would be that would be perfect because there will be a chance for me. All right. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Thank you so much. Question, if you could also sit at the front then. Yes. Okay. No problem. Thank you.
Hello, Sabrina. Have you got everything open? Yeah, is that okay for? Hello, can everyone hear me? Mic check. Perfect. Yes. Thank you, everyone, for coming. Welcome to our Investing in Future Earth Intelligence Leaders GEO Youth Community Event and Mentorship Program launch. Welcome, everyone, and all those watching via live stream online. Good evening, good morning, good night, wherever you are in the world. Yeah, very, very pleased to be moderating this event. If you go into the next slide. Yes, so in terms of our agenda, I'm Marta Koch, and I'll be moderating today, doing the welcoming and the opening, and then I'm going to introduce the rest of the leadership team panel. They are unable to be here in person, unfortunately, but they have sent in some videos introducing themselves to you all, and then you can get in touch with them directly afterwards if you're interested. And then we have a panel of senior experts and youth leadership representatives attending. Yeah, please feel free to take a seat at the back. And then we're going to have a Q&A. This is the opportunity to ask questions to me and to the speakers and panelists, and then an interactive audience activity, and then I'll do the closing. So that's the agenda for today. If you could go into the next slide, please. Yep, hello, this is my introduction slide. I'm Marta Koch. I'm a PhD researcher and teaching facilitator at Imperial College London and an UNFCCC Tech Activity Groups member. And in terms of my role today specifically, I'm the GEO Youth COP Leadership Team Program Co-Lead. So very, very pleased to be here, and thank you to the Secretariat team and the youth contact points, especially Sabrina here supporting us with the tech for giving us a platform and a community event slot during the symposium. Really, really grateful. Thank you. So next slide, please. So I'm going to be introducing our poster winners. We have two winners that we're very, very pleased to announce here today, and then the mentorship program. Today is the official launch of our mentorship program. Okay, please, next slide. Right, so in terms of our poster competition, so this is a bit about the origins of the competition. This is showcasing, the two winning entries are showcasing projects highlighting youth as emerging leaders in applying Earth observations to address global challenges and support the UN SDGs, the Paris Agreement, and the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction. The winning poster, which is a combination of the winning entries, will be available to view via our online exhibition at the GEO Youth website page immediately after the symposium on 27th May. So if you go to the link, those online, hopefully it's clickable, but yeah, please put the HTML into a browser, and those in person, please check it out. So it will be a permanent online exhibition poster with the winning entries. So, and there's a screenshot of the website page for you there. The next slide, please, Sabrina. Thank you. So congratulations to Nancy Nduku Waya and Gabriel Kuruwaseka, who are our winners. Huge congratulations to them. They are our panel of judges. Our youth leadership team selected their entries as winners for the poster. So Nancy's from Kenya. From Big Data Limited in Ghana, and her project was on Forest Trace AI Earth Observation and AI-powered forest traceability platform. Huge congratulations to Nancy. Gabriel's entry, Gabriel is from Spatial Softworks in Zimbabwe. His entry was on Field Eye Crop Monitoring, Farm Management and Risk Advisory. So huge congratulations to our winners there. Really, really great to see AfroGeo Youth COP represented as well, the regional youth community of practice, and two winners from Africa. Really, really fantastic entries. Huge congratulations to them. And as I said, we have the poster will be displayed permanently on our website page. Next slide, please. So in terms of a little bit about the Youth COP, where it originated, so in 2025, we had the Youth Ideathon. This was funded by the European Union, the European Commission. In 2025, the Youth COP was officially launched at the GEO Global Forum in Rome, Italy, as part of the GEO Post 2025 work program. And then we had the leadership team elections and announcements. So you can see a screenshot of myself and my other colleagues and team members there. Then in 2026, earlier this year, we officially launched our GEO Youth blog series. I've contributed one blog, but you can see a rest of them screenshot on the slide there as well. So a lot of contributions that you can, they're short form, sort of editorial writing style. So you can spend a few minutes, hopefully, reading them on different aspects of Earth intelligence and youth projects and youth contributions to Earth intelligence globally. And then obviously today, we're officially launching our global mentorship program and the mentor-mentee matching platform launch at the symposium. And we just announced our poster winners as well. So next slide, please. So this is the official launch of our mentorship program. So in terms of for young people that are watching and in the room today, so are you ready to make your voice count? Please, if you have not yet, join our youth community of practice to connect with global Earth observation professionals, leaders and experts shaping the future of Earth observation. You have the opportunity to receive guidance and mentorship, build your skills, gain experience, share your work, and become part of an international network of young Earth intelligence leaders. And this is growing constantly. We're getting new members joining every day from all continents. So that you'll then be invited to submit your information to join the new mentor-mentee matching platform that we're launching as well. So join now. Please get in touch either via our official email address there, or on the next slide we have a QR code. So if you go into the next slide, please. Yeah, so you can scan the QR code, those online. Hopefully it will also work for you. If not, email us via the previous email address or go to the GEO Youth COP page on the GEO website. Okay, next slide, please. In terms of mentors, Earth observation professionals, how can you contribute and join this mentee-mentorship mentor-mentee platform? Are you interested in inspiring the next generation of Earth observation leaders? Please join so you can share your expertise and work, support emerging change makers in the space, and help drive meaningful global impact. Partnership opportunities include partnering with thesis dissertation research projects for master's and PhD students, internship placements, volunteering opportunities for students at your organizations, and also idea funds and innovation challenges that you can host students and young professionals at. So please consider becoming a mentor and empowering young Earth observation leaders worldwide today by joining our platform. So please get in touch if you're interested or your organization is interested. Please direct colleagues to our website and encourage them to get in touch as well if you're interested in partnering with us on this. Okay, next slide, please. So our first speaker today is Samuel Amos. Samuel is a youth coordinator, the coordination lead at the GEO Secretariat, an associate officer here at the GEO Secretariat. So welcome, Sam. You have the floor.
Thank you, Marta, and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining this session. I'm very glad to see as many people in this room. And yeah, so I'm just gonna speak to you a bit and put a bit of context around this youth engagement from the GEO Secretariat point of view, and also where we come from and why we are today launching this mentorship program and this youth community of practice first official event, I would like to say. Thank you, Marta, for organizing this session. It's the first session organized by the Youth Committee of Practice in a GEO Symposium or forum. And I would like to acknowledge also Florian, who is in the room, because I think everything started with when Florian was working at the Secretariat, because he did really organize the first youth track at that time during the global, the GEO Week at that time in Ghana, and then in South Africa, maybe, or online. We had a virtual one also. And this was the first youth engagement that the GEO Secretariat tried to put in place. It was really organizing youth track, so giving the stage to young people, young representative of the scientific communities in the work program activities. And that was really the first engagement the Secretariat raised in terms of youth activities. And I think this shaped a bit the way to what we have today in place. So then later in 2024, basically, we had the GEO Symposium, and maybe some of you were in China in fall 2024, where we had this kind of youth networking breakfast. And that was really the first informal event where basically a lot of work program activities representatives and youth member of GEO were together, and I think that's a bit the magic of youth engagement. Also, we don't need to have very formal session or town hall meeting or like plenary session to put something in place. It comes at 7 a.m. in the morning, early in the day, before any other formal session, around the breakfast, and it was a very big brainstorming. Basically, everyone super happy to be there before any session. And from this kind of brainstorming, basically, which was more a social event than a really formal event, there is the idea and the proposition to submit an application to the work program activity, the new work program activity. And since then, basically, there is a team who has been working in making that the youth committee of practice, that was formerly something a bit more virtual, that was a bit on a very voluntary basis, become something a bit more official. And since this symposium, basically, you had our first milestone, and you just mentioned it, Marta, just before. It was in May 2025, last year in Rome, when the plenary, the GEO plenary, they accepted the new work program, which include the Youth Committee of Practice as an official work program activity. So I think this context is a bit the strengths, basically. If you take the youth engagement in the GeoSecretariat, it has been always led by youth, and this is really the strength of this work program activity. And today we are very glad to have Marta as a lead of this committee of practice, and the other you will see a bit later. Also, we have a dedicated leadership team. There is also a representative from the AfriGeo Youth Committee of Practice in the room. So you will see that from there, basically, there is a lot of initiatives going and evolving, and that's really I think we are the Secretary. We are very happy to see how this continue to expand. So yeah, I wanted really to tell you that basically we don't really need to have a lot of official documents to make this happen, and that's where our strength is. We should continue to work like this. We still have some key document or framework document also, because of course you, and I see mostly young people in the room, but if there is also official delegates in the room, you may know that the formal plenary like to have a paper submitted for decision or for approval, sometimes to endorse something. So we have a youth declaration in Cape Town in South Africa 2023, and we have also an operating plan in the GeoSecretariat which guide us to make this youth engagement very effective, and at least to make us supporting the best we can the different initiatives. Thank you very much, Marta, and I will stay in the room afterward for some question if needed. Oh yeah, and yeah, I was looking for them actually. And we have some stickers also of the Youth Committee of Practice that I will put on the table there, that you can take with a QR code that direct you directly on the web page. So please feel free to take some and to share them with your colleagues. And there is also some flyers for the mentorship program that you can take also after this session. Thank you very much. Back to you, Marta.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you. Next slide, please. Right, so I'm going to introduce our first panel. So the rest of the leadership team, unfortunately, is unable to be here in person today, but they have submitted videos introducing themselves. So Arunima Sen, Amin Shakya, Chimo Kachulu, and Fando Mate are now going to introduce themselves. So very well welcome to them. Okay, next slide, please. And if you could click the video. So Arunima, yeah, 1 second, sorry, just introduce her. Arunima Sen is the GEO Youth Corp Leadership Team Program Co-Lead and Copernicus Digital Earth Erasmus Mundus MSc student at the University of South Brittany. So yeah, welcome to Arunima virtually. Yeah, if you could click the video, please.
Hi, everyone. I'm sorry I can't be there in person, but I'm glad to be joining from afar. My name is Arunima, and I'm a program co-lead with the GEO Youth Community of Practice and also a master's student in Earth Observation and Geoinformatics. I'm from India originally, and my work is more or less in remote sensing, climate hazards, and modeling. And the theme of this symposium feels important to me, not just from a technical perspective, but also, you could say philosophically. The word intelligence is doing a lot of work in that title. So intelligence, it's not just, about satellites, about sensors, about data, or even better algorithms. I think it's more about the capacity to understand what's happening to our planet and how to act on that understanding in time. Those are two separate problems, and I don't think we talk enough about the distance between them. There's something that I keep noticing, and I don't think it's specific to one place. So you have the climate data, you have the methods, and yet the translation from observation to something useful for decision makers keeps breaking down somewhere in the middle. Thresholds that don't reflect local conditions, for example, risk frameworks that exist but never reach the people who need them. And that gap that I'm talking about, it's not always technical. Sometimes it can be structural. Sometimes it just becomes about who has access to the expertise. And that's where I think investment needs to go, not just towards the observation infrastructure, but also the mechanisms that help people use it. Skills transfer, open tools, education that reaches practitioners and communities, for example, in the Global South, who are often on the front lines of these risks, but furthest away from the knowledge. That's part of why I wanted to be part of the Youth Cup, because I think GEO is one of the few spaces positioned to do that. And I hope today's conversation goes there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Arunima. Our next speaker is Amin Shakir. He's the GEO Youth COP Leadership Team Events Lead and PhD researcher at the ITC Faculty of Geoinformation Science and Earth Observation at the University of Twente.
Namaste, everyone. My name is Amin, and I'm currently serving as the events lead for the GEO Youth Community of Practice. My primary affiliation, however, is as a PhD researcher at the ITC faculty in the University of Twente in the Netherlands. At ITC, we study a lot on how to use Earth observation data to implement real-world solutions. And this aligns quite a bit well with the goals and objectives of GEO as well. Specifically for my PhD, I'm trying to figure out how we can observe river flow using satellite data in regions such as the Horn of Africa. If we look at the Horn of Africa, there was an unprecedented drought between year 2020 and 2023, and then an unprecedented and devastating flood the very year after. So these problems of too little water or too much water, both can be very dangerous, and we need data to deal with it. These can be in terms of Earth observations or in situ data, which are very valuable, of course. I also use services such as the GeoGlows river model made with support of GEO, which are quite useful as well, modeling of river systems where we have limited data availability. But also, I believe an important pillar is engaging with the communities, be it for problems in Horn of Africa or Western Europe or wherever, engaging with the communities to figure out what their needs are. Perhaps even a step further, engaging with the community to co-develop solutions, etc. And these are the forays where I really see values of youth networks and international networks such as GEO. I'm delighted to serve the community in my current role, and I hope you guys have a great time in the symposium. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Amit. Our next panelist is Chumaka Chulu. She's the GEO Youth COP Leadership Team Comms Lead and Community and Ecosystem Engagement Assistant at UNDP. So welcome, Chumaka.
Hello, everybody. Bonjour à tous. My name is Shimka Chulu, and I'm the Communications Lead for the Group on Earth Observations Youth Community of Practice. When we look at the advancements in Earth observations today, a vital truth becomes clear. The most sophisticated spatial data and climate models are only as powerful as the people who know how to use them. This is why capacity development and skills transfer isn't just a supporting mechanism for the GEO work program. It is the absolute foundation of a resilient future. For a long time, capacity building was treated as a one-way street, a top-down transfer of technical knowledge. But really, to address these complex environmental challenges we face today, we need a new paradigm. We need a dynamic, two-way skills transfer that bridges generational gaps and respects local context. As young professionals and early career scientists, we are uniquely positioned in this ecosystem. Youth are highly adaptable, quick to embrace open source technologies, and deeply motivated by local impact. When we invest in equipping young people with advanced geospatial skills, we aren't just training individuals, we're really embedding long-term technical resilience directly into these communities that need and are impacted by the most. Within the GEO Youth Community of Practice, we're actively turning this philosophy into action. True capacity development really means shifting from inclusion to empowerment. My call to action for the GEO community this week is to actively champion youth-led technical initiatives that lower the barriers to specialized education and really foster collaborative skills transfer. Thank you so much, and I hope you have an inspiring, action-oriented symposium.
Thank you so much, Shimoka. And our next slide, Our next speaker is Fando Mate. He is the GEO Youth COP Leadership Team Partnerships Lead and Space Security Graduate Professional at UNIDIR.
Good afternoon. My name is Thando Mate. I'm the GEO Youth Community of Practice Partnerships Lead, and I'm also a graduate professional at the United Nations Institute of Disarmament Research under the Space Security Program. Allow me to ride on the protocols that have already been observed. My background is in youth leadership, engagement, coordination, and outreach. I have professional experience in GIS, Earth observation, in development, as well as now in space security. I've engaged with the public sector, the private sector, and non-governmental sectors alike. As you all know, Earth observation from space provides the foundational data that drives decision-making in a range of sectors, from climate action, agriculture, to natural resource management, health, as well as security. The Group on Earth Observation has various working groups and communities of practice where youth are central to co-developing these global solutions to the shared challenges. These programs enable access to Earth intelligence for everyone, everywhere, through products such as the GeoKnowledge Hub, Digital Earth, and through partnerships such as with the Committee on Earth Observation Satellites. Now, as the number of objects that have been launched into orbit, including space debris and junk, heighten the risks and hazards and threats, really, to space systems, there is an imminent need for us to ensure a resilient Earth observation system across the entire value chain, in orbit and on Earth. The consequences of disruption to these systems can be detrimental to Earth intelligence for all. As technological advancements enable capabilities, such as more intricate rendezvous and proximity operations, self-healing satellites, and on-orbit data processing enabled by artificial intelligence, the surface area of vulnerability equally increases in lockstep. Earth observation systems, are increasingly intertwined with and operating in a progressively strategic domain for military and defense. Therefore, a possible scenario where dual use applications complicate targetability of Earth observation providers, these implications require the GEO community to become aware of the threats and consequences to space systems. These threats or risks, they occur at several touch points across the value chain, as I have already mentioned. I'm just going to list a few, but they're not limited to these. First of all is the threat to Earth observation data in all its states, whether it's at rest, in motion, or in use. It is vulnerable to electronic and cyber threats. This includes hijacked interference in orbit and the data that is existing in geo infrastructure like the GeoKnowledge Hub, which I have mentioned. Orbital infrastructure itself is at risk. For example, sensors can be dazzled or blinded by lasers or physical kinetic threats or non-physical kinetic threats. And then you have ground infrastructure, such as data centers and receiving stations. They are vulnerable to ground-to-ground physical attacks or space-to-ground threats, as well as cyber attacks. And then you have the more complicated doctrinal or policy implications that can lead to denial, disruption, or delay of critical Earth observation services. These can also complicate predictability and cause a cascade, really, of deterrence actions which may compromise the Earth observation value chain. The consequences of these threats and risks, they occur both on space and on Earth. This includes harmful contamination of the space environment, for example, if there is intentional generation of debris, and this compromises, obviously, the usability and the sustainability of space. It can also lead to loss of life on Earth because of disruption to critical Earth observation services, for example, in disaster management. It also compromises early warning systems, navigation, and mapping that rely on space infrastructure. To conclude, it remains important for us to center the EO value chain resilience in the GEO post-2025 strategy. There's an opportunity here, really, to harness the strength, innovation, and untapped disruptive potential of youth, as per the 2023 Cape Town Ministerial Declaration, which, of course, ushered the GEO Youth Declaration. By centering the role of youth in Earth intelligence for all through supporting dialogue, research, and enabling meaningful contribution to space security, it also means harnessing strength through cooperation and partnership that ensures redundancy in the Earth observation value chain. I believe youth have a critical role to play in this. And finally, I also believe that youth possess the foresight, the vision, and engagement, as well as the ability to exchange knowledge in space diplomacy processes that help us to integrate security objectives into the GEO implementation strategies. With that, I thank you, and I hope to engage with you.
Thanks so much, Fando. Okay, let's move on to the next slide. So next we have our panel of senior experts and youth leadership representatives. We've got Dr. Gregor Giuliani. He is senior lecturer at the University of Geneva and head of the Digital Earth Unit at Unigrid Geneva. Theophilus Wellington, a youth coordinator at the World Meteorological Organization, and Rang Zhang, who's a scientific officer at the Cryosphere Monitoring, Predictions and Services Unit at the World Meteorological Organization. So welcome to our panelists. Please make your way up to the front. Okay. Okay, does everyone know how to turn their mics on? Perfect. Okay, right. So thank you so much, Gregory, Theo, and Bran, for agreeing to be on our panel today. So Theo, I'm going to ask you questions first, if that's okay. So Theo, how can intergenerational collaboration better support emerging Earth observation talent? I know you recently launched your WMO Youth Action Plan. Could you share how WMO has approached collaboration in practice through its youth engagement processes and implementation efforts?
Thank you so much. Before I begin to answer that question, I wanted to find out first, how many of you here are below 35? Hands up. Okay, so that means we have the right target audience for this conversation. Yes, WMO is a members-driven organization. So what that means is that everything that we do has to be approved by our members. We had, following Decision 14, EC 78, which is a very bureaucratic way of saying following our members approving us to carry out consultations for a youth action plan. That's how we began developing our youth action plan. As a way of a background, WMO is split into three different units. So it's like we have the WMO bodies, we have the secretariat, and we also have our members, which consist of about 187 countries and then also 6 or 7 territories. This is huge, as you can imagine, and all their inputs have to kind of come in and draft this youth action plan. And something that was a slogan for us was for youth, but also with the youth and the young people involved. And so we carried out a series of consultations with the Secretariat, we carried it out with the WMO bodies, we carried it out as well with internally. We also did it externally as well during COP. Huli at the front over there was at COP, and she was carrying out different consultation processes with young people to find out what do they want from the WMO. And so by the end of this, we had almost 200 people who had contributed to the developing of the Youth Action Plan. And after that, we also did a series of consultations. The drafting process for our executive congress is, again, the members have to agree on this document. So it went through numerous changes. I have stories of sometimes at 10 p.m., 11 p.m., because different time zones, and we had a specific day to get it endorsed. So that is one way we've made sure that the Youth Action Plan is a consultative process, and the final document itself was driven by a lot of young people. I want to say a lot of the target audience, I think about 70% of the people that were consulting were youth. So it was actually young people drafting this plan. But we haven't just stopped there. We've also been consulting them even through the implementation. So we had a meeting in Japan to talk about how are we going to move this forward. And this was carried on by focal points. We call them the regional focal points. So regional focal points are people from we have RA1 to RA6. So what this means in simple terms is regional focal points from Africa, from Asia, from South America, and as you can imagine, the rest of the world. And so all of them came young people, all below, all in the age gap, because we define youth as 18 to 35, all came to look at this action plan and decide how are we going to get this forward? What are the challenges you face in each of your regions? What will be some of the bottlenecks? And I think this was very good. So with the members, we have a youth implementation plan and a roadmap that we agreed on. We've also been carrying out the same as well internally. We have secretariat focal points here in-house in Geneva. They are young people, and you hear from Ran, who is one of the youth focal points, with different expertise. We have from communications to cryosphere, she'll talk about it. So it's different types of young people as well. And we're also going to carry out, I was just having a meeting this morning. What is this now? We've now launched this youth network. What is it going to be? What are the discussions that young people want to be having in these spaces? It's not just for us in the Secretariat to think this is what we think they'll be interested in, is also to carry out the feedback. So we have a lot of regional meetings coming up in next month, all 6 regional meetings, and we'll be consulting all the focal points from each region so that it can be the network can be tailored to their needs. So we've, as much as possible, we've tried to move with this slogan of for youth and with youth, and so far so good. So I hope that summarizes a year's worth of work.
Fantastic. Thanks so much, Fia. Lots to learn from and be inspired by for the recently launched GEO Youth COP based on your WMO work. Thank you so much. So my next question is also for Fia. What capacities do young Earth intelligence leaders need most beyond technical skills? And how can GEO support their development? How is WMO helping to foster broader skills and training relevant to your work through youth engagement and youth opportunities?
Thank you. Pillar 2, that's capacity development, is one of our biggest pillars. It's the heaviest one. And I think I will split it by going internally as well as externally. Because what, for example, staff and meteorologists need is completely different from young people externally. We are the authoritative voice of weather, climate, and water, for those who don't know. And each time I go to conferences and I speak to young people and I ask them like, oh, you care about climate change? They go, yes. Do you know about WMO? They go, what are you talking about? And they get their different informations from TikTok and Instagram in different ways. And so in terms of their capacity needs are completely different. And we've been trying to, as much as possible, focus more, at least for this year, with our WMO community that consists of the Secretariat and the members as well. And it's still, not even when you, these are also still two separate groups, right? Because when you speak about our members are made up of National Meteorological and Hydrological Services, aka the weather stations is what I call them, for simplistic terms. But they need more trainings with the regional training centers, and it goes to things like developing their meteorological skills, being paired more with, I think a lot of young people have been complaining that sometimes we feel left out of these training opportunities. It's more senior level experts that tend to go. So how do we include the younger colleagues there? Because that's how you retain them. And I think as well, they also care about leadership and communicating it. As we all know here, because most of you are below 35, being able to communicate what you do is becoming ever so increasingly important. You can do something very crucial, very important. If you can't communicate it in a attention span economy, then it's yeah, people, to show the value of what you do, you have to communicate it clearly. So they're also interested in things like science communication, leadership, pathways for themselves. So that's the members. When it comes to the secretariat, their skills are a bit more niche. So we have conversations on things like resource mobilization, project management, how to, for example, multilateral spaces and how to navigate these spaces. And so I think the advice I can kind of give is treating not all youth are monolithic. I think we know this. There's young people are men and women. They have different regional contexts, different local contexts. So because of that, we've been as much as possible trying to cater their needs to them. And so, try to cater what we give to them to their needs. So keeping in mind the intersectionality of it all. So I think that's how we've been going about capacity development. But I can say that this is something that young people are, they want to learn, they want to grow, and as much as possible, we're trying to curate what we do to ensure that we capture them as well. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much for your lots of different skills, interdisciplinary skills, interpersonal skills for young people thinking of going into Earth intelligence and Earth observation to think about opportunities for developing further. Thank you so much, Theo. Now, our next panelist is Ran. Welcome, Ran. Thank you so much for agreeing to be in the panel. So my first question is, what can institutions do to make Earth observation spaces more inclusive for young people from the global south, marginalized communities, and underrepresented regions and disciplines? And how do we move from isolated initiatives towards systemic youth integration within GEO? What has WMO been doing to support inclusivity in this space recently? And what lessons can we at GEO, with our newly launched mentorship program potentially, and our youth COP that's quite in its early days, learn from the WMO experience?
Thank you very much, Martha, for your question. I'm also very happy to be here to have this to speak on these kind of occasions. This is my first time speaking at a youth event. I probably would start with echoing Theo's question on the age, who's under 35. And I'd like to share an experience of myself last year. So at WMO, we have technical commissions. The commission that I support is called Infrastructure Commission. So we had a management group meeting where the focal point in the commission, who's a focal point for youth initiative, was our second vice president. So he was also a senior expert. He was talking about the youth topic there at the table, and he's like, who here is under 35? I was like, me. So yeah, I think it's these kind of opportunities in your daily work that will really get you engaged in the actual work, in the operational work of an organization. So I really appreciate that. And speaking of inclusivity, I've been thinking about it myself, actually. I think the problem behind inclusivity that we are not engaging people from less developed areas of the world is actually that they are lacking the resources. So they're lacking the resources of education, getting good education, learn languages, opportunities to be engaged in international initiatives. So what we can do, I think, from Secretariat or from WMO as an organization is to leverage the resources that we have on trainings and workshops For example, I think WMO has ETR program, which is education and training. So they have been, I don't have much detailed connection with them, but I know that they have targeted trainings on specific topics on infrastructure, on data sharing. For example, when I joined WMO 6 years ago, so I was lucky enough to be a junior professional officer. So I was supporting the WMO integrated global observing system. So we had some tools back then for members to use. And I was supporting the team to deliver trainings on that. And more recently, now I have been working in CrossFit team for the last 4 years. 2 years ago, we learned from one of our partners that they were launching a workshop in China for Central Asia countries on glaciers and relevant CrossFit observations and prediction skills. So we collaborate with them. We connected them with our experts on snow, on glaciers, on permafrost. We give lectures on best practices on conducting observations, which is lacking now in the community. Yeah, I think we should, as an organization, look for those opportunities to really increase the ability of them. So that I think that is really the hurdle behind it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ran. My next question for you is, what role can youth play in making Earth intelligence more locally relevant and community-driven? At WMO, what approaches have been most effective in enabling young people and young professionals to contribute meaningfully to community engagement and localization?
Yes, I think actually probably my ideas would apply also for more general how to engage youth, but specifically for localized services or community-driven initiatives. So WMO has we conduct activities at global level and the regional level and at national level. So I think these would apply for the regional and national activities. WMO coordinate best practices, standards, formats to ensure that data are shared in real time in standardized format that all the NMHs, the national Met offices can use. But when we talk about the services, it always goes to essentially to national or regional level. For example, we are in the CrossFit team, we are supporting a third pole regional climate center, which looks at Central Asia, the Tibetan Plateau area. They deliver meteorological services, they deliver monitoring and predictions, not only for meteorology, for precipitation or temperature, they also look at snow, specifically for CrossFit. When we were supporting this group, when we were formalizing, when we were developing the products, I noticed that we actually engaged a lot of young people there, because when you have a sort of a high-level initiative, you have senior experts sitting on the table. But when they have some work to do, they would invite their people to join, right, to form a technical group. So I think these are excellent opportunities for young people to bring in their knowledge at the national level. It also turned out to be very practical in our case. Also for CrossFit, usually it's in remote areas, so the local knowledge is actually very important. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Lots to unpack there, and lots of insights for young professionals and young people in the room and online to think about. Thank you so much. So my next questions are for Gregory. Welcome, Gregory. How can integrating youth perspectives strengthen the relevance of Earth observation science and governance to community needs and real-world decision-making? From your perspective, both in academia and the practitioner, how can academic institutions better prepare and empower students to contribute to these processes as early as possible?
Thank you, Marta, and good afternoon, everyone. And thank you for inviting an old guy, because I'm a senior, as you can see on the screen. But say that that's a great opportunity also to explain a bit what we're doing also at the University of Geneva. And as you see, I'm sharing my time also with the United Nations for more than 20 years now here in Geneva. And especially here, we are in a I would say in the perfect setting, because we are investing in the youth, on the youth side, because we are training the next generation of researchers in every topic related to Earth observation or, let's say, the environmental field. But then we have this huge network of a UN-based institution here in Geneva. And we are trying at the university to connect all these students to get with this vibrant ecosystem. And to that, for example, we have within the university an initiative called the Geneva Science Policy Interface, the GSPI, and this is exactly the aim of that department, is to connect the researchers from the university or from different universities in Switzerland with the Geneva ecosystem. And I think that's something really important at the end, to connect with the relevant institution and connecting, reading the dots. So networking is obviously a key issue, as you said before. And I think communication is also really, really key. And from the researcher side, I would say, or the institutional side, we have a big mandate, I would say, as a training institution. We have to build the necessary knowledge. And when we talk about Earth intelligence in French, it's not being stupid. So we have to use data, all the wealth of data that we are generating out of the satellite, in situ monitoring systems or whatever. We have to use them really wisely, and we need to teach them to use it wisely so that we can really sound decisions based on this EO data. And I think it's becoming more and more of a challenge, obviously with the rise of AI, that's one thing. But when you see also every day, basically in the newspaper, when we read all these stupid old guys that are doing around the world, I think we need to move forward and really trust the young generation so that we can move towards a more, let's say, sustainable world.
Yeah, thank you so much, Gregory, and thank you for bringing up the Geneva Science Policy Interface. I had the pleasure of participating in their summer school last year on the Environmental Action Programme. So any young people interested in opportunities like that, please do have a look and at their work and the work of the Geneva Environment Network, which your UNEP grid is part of as well. So thank you so much, Gregory. My next question for you is, what are the biggest obstacles young professionals face when trying to transition from Earth observation learning into professional work and leadership? How can academic institutions and employers better support students and early career professionals in navigating that transition period?
I think one of the biggest challenge probably it's the lack of network, basically. So they have to be known and present their work. So that's one thing. I guess it's extremely important to tackle. And the other aspect, I would say more on the senior side, it's the trust that we need to have also in the young generation, because from time to time we have the tendency to be a little bit scared about the young generation. So, well, they are not, well, they are at the beginning of their career. So they have to do their own experience before really working and entering the let's say more senior level. So that's really a key issue. And I would say that, for example, at the university, we have also, and I see some of our former students here in the room, we have the certificate of geomatics. And this is a certificate where the students basically, they start getting the necessary knowledge in geomatics and Earth observation. And then we oblige them to go out of the university for an internship so that they can be exposed, let's say, to the real world and have this first opportunity to work in the field. And I guess that's also a model that could be expanded somehow also more broadly, because I think we need to help also the young generation to rise, to build that network. And I see many of our students participating to today's sessions. So I think that's extremely important to help them. And as a senior and an old guy, that's my mandate basically. And I've told all my PhD students that I'm here to support them to raise their profile and to be part of, for example, the GEO family, and to build their capacities and to connect with all the relevant and nice researchers and practitioners that we have in the room and within the building.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And that's the end of our panel. Now, thank you to Gregory, Dr. Gregory Gurney, Phyllis Wellington, and Ran Zhang. Now is the opportunity, if you go into the next slide, Sabrina, thank you. Please, no, please, could you stay that we're going to have a Q&A? Sorry, Q&A bit next. Yeah, that's great. So you're still up on the screen, so people know to connect the voice to the face. Thank you so much. Okay, so we're going to start with our Q&A session, but before that, we have a special intervention, a special request, and we're very honoured for Mohammed Omar from the Afro-Geo Youth Community of Practice and the Regional Centre for Mapping of Resources for Development in Kenya to give a special intervention from the floor about Afro-Geo Youth COP and activities and projects. So, Mohammed, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mata. My name is Mohammed Omar. I am a GIS technical assistant at the Regional Center for Mapping of Resources for Development based in Nairobi, Kenya. My role here is I also serve as the Afro-Geo Youth Leadership as a co-lead together with Sinisifo Ngamile from South African Space Agency. So we launched in line with the post-2025 strategy. We launched the Afro-Geo Youth Community of Practice last year in Dakar, Senegal, around October. And since then, we have been working on setting up the structure and also doing activities that support the youth, building capacity of the youth across the continent, especially young scientists who are in the GIS, climate, Earth observation sector. So we have also been able to conduct 2 webinars, which have garnered a lot of interest from the youth in Africa. We have onboarded close to 80 members in our community of practice so far. And we are also working on, we have a new youth project. We are working on launching a new youth project called GEO Shapers in partnership with ESRI, which is around urban heat, resilience tools and solutions that can be done by youth in their respective cities in Africa. It's still in the we have not still launched it, but it's a work in progress. And we at RCMRD we have this strategy of where we take interns, young graduates from the universities, and give them attachments and interns, and it's usually 6 months long. So at the end of those 6 months, if they have gained the skills required, they are usually given a short-term contract to continue their work, and also they are uptaken in the projects that we do. So in terms of and I was part of the interns in late 2023, and I was able to come as a staff in the organization. So, and there are others who are there before me, as RCMRD is the host of the Afro-Geo Secretariat. We wanted to create a youth community of practice that can encourage other organizations in the which are under the umbrella of Afro-Geo to take up the same approach, to give opportunities to youth, to give them internship. If they're giving them internships and attachments, can they take them as staff if they have the right skills, if they have the right qualifications, and so on. Thank you again.
Thank you so much, Mohammed. Thank you. And please do check out the website and Mohammed's profile as well, and information online for if you want to find out more about the Afro-Geo Youth Community of Practices work. Thank you so much. Okay, so next slide, please, Brina. So we have the Q&A with our panelists. So Sam, would you like to also join in case somebody has any questions for you? Okay, thank you. Because there is a full seat there. So does anyone have any questions for our panelists or Samuel or me even? Okay,
I have a question for the floor. Basically, we have seen something, and I think the presentation made by Theo about WMO youth engagement and how you have built this youth engagement through a youth team also at WMO, and then bringing it to the highest level at the WMO council and get the approval. And Gregory, you mentioned also the Geneva Science Policy interface and how this connection between the different worlds is basically a requirement now to be efficient. I think based on these two interventions, my question to you and to people who are in the floor, because you're coming from different organizations, or maybe you are coming from the scientific organizations, maybe you are coming from more from a policy side. And I would like to know what's the most efficient way for you to have the youth engagement efficient, basically, because we have seen different models. We have seen a model where we were often speaking about youth representation. So it was easy to give a seat, and this is a seat for youth there, and they come and they have a slot to speak 5 minutes, and basically we tick the box, and we are inclusive because there is a seat for youth. And then I think something has been mentioned here, and something we have tried to do at GEO also is to not to talk anymore about this youth representation, but youth engagement, and to have the youth seat, not just a seat, but not just a mic, but also a place, a say in the text, in the documents, in the strategy. And I think you mentioned it really well in WMO that the strategy, the youth strategy has been built by the youth team at WMO, right? In the GeoSecurity, I think Tando mentioned it also. In 2023, there is the youth declaration in South Africa that has been built by a youth team also. So now, from your experience in the room, do you have any advice, or not advice, but any knowledge to share basically on, in your point of view, what is your best or the most efficient way to achieve youth engagement in a very concrete way, basically, and just not give a seat to youth? This I would like to hear from the floor.
Any contributions? If not, maybe you, go ahead. You can share it in the next part because we're going to poll you. Okay, go ahead. Yeah, please introduce yourself and where you're from.
Hello, everyone. My name is Grecia. I work with Theo, the youth team. This is a very important question to us. I think the best approach is to see youth as not like just engagement in a way. It's just like see as an equal partner and see as someone that also already contributes. It's not just preparing for the future. It's like bringing into spaces that they already can bring their insights, their ideas, and co-create with more senior experts and lead the way as well. So I think that's also the approach that has been shifted with the Youth Action Plan at WMO, and now it's also incorporated with our youth network. So I think that's one way, but I would also like to hear in the from anyone else in this space.
Please go ahead. Yeah.
Okay.
You should light up.
Yeah. Good evening. My name is Silikun Hutasevi from GISTA, Thailand. We are a space agency. I think the contribution of the youth, I want to give the example in Thailand because we are some kind of developing country, right? So normally the student or the youth, they are not interested much in the GEO team. most of the maybe smarter one, they're gonna be doctor or whatever. It's like some kind of the social ranking or whatever. So when the youth become the geoinformatics or geography, it's gonna be quite I don't want to say something like stupid or whatever, but it's just like it need a lot of time to shape them into some kind of ready to use people in the communities. So it's like nowadays I accept the new people into my team. So somehow it still have a lot of things that we need to teach them how to implement or how or sometimes it's been the problem like to think or make it like not just in the subject that they learn. It might different between like the master student and bachelor student. The master student is quite okay because of their past some research work, so they can contribute or like join the team smoothly. But if I get the people from bachelor degree, it will take like at least 5 years to like try to catch up the technologies or try to even recap the principles of knowledge. I don't know, like maybe in your country is not have this kind of problem, but in my country is have a lot of problem in the system and how the university adjust to the communities. Now sometimes they cut off of the principal knowledge of the remote sensing and they jump into like how to use the software, ready to use software, how to become the technician. And they have very less knowledge on how we utilize the remote sensing or how GIS or how to like create the very accurate data, something like that. So it shifts a lot in this day because of the education in Thailand. They want to serve the business. So like so this is what I want to share in what I experienced in Thailand.
Thank you so much. Really interesting. So need to change the curriculum or collaborate to fill those gaps in the curriculum. That's really interesting. Thank you so much. Yeah. Next question. Oh, next answer. Sorry.
Okay, it's working. Thanks a lot for that intervention. I think that's a good way to have a bounce on it, especially on the older generation of, I would say, the senior one. To answer your question, I think it's kind of hard from the youth community to have the same level or the same vision as the senior one, because we kind of usually lack this level of expertise. As a youth community, we just start to get into the field. We don't have that much experience as the senior generation. So I would raise another question to you maybe. How do you deal with that kind of lack of experience expectation from the senior level? I think this is part of the reason that maybe the youth community is like putting aside or not equally contributing or like seeing as a important role or person to apport to the youth community. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those contributions. Yes, do you have a...
Actually, I wanted to echo to your answer your question, also to your question. So, my personal experience last year that I mentioned at this management group meeting is full of senior people. So, what I think would really work, it would be on two sides maybe. So, first is to really talk to the management to for them. Convince them to give us the floor. Don't know how. Let's try to do that. To let them trust us with the capability. I know you trust us. Thank you. On the other hand, is as young people ourselves, as you said, we don't have access to those experience, right? We don't work there for so many years. My personal experience in the last few months is a bit tricky and I guess special because I had some challenges at work, really big challenges. But I also got big opportunities. So what I think is that as young people, I would encourage everyone to be brave, to show yourself, that's one thing. You need to be proactive everywhere. Say that you want this, you want that, you can do this, you can do that. On the other hand, you need to really make a lot of efforts. You need to sacrifice your leisure time. You need to read the documents. For example, my work, you need to read tons of documents, WMO publications, working documents, scientific knowledge. On permafrost, I'm a meteorologist by training. I didn't study cryosphere back in the past. So I had to learn how glaciers are monitored, are observed. You need to really spend a lot of time getting, now we use GPT, right? We can do a session, 1 hour session with it every day of the month. You're kind of an expert. So I think we also need to try to be proactive and to be confident to tell them that we can do this, so that they can trust us. I guess there's always like senior people who be like, yes, we want to engage youth people, but do we really trust you with your ideas? We know you're passionate, we know, but yeah, so I think we also need to work a lot to improve ourselves and be brave to seize all the opportunities as much as you can. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Yeah, sorry, we need to move on to the next activity, but hopefully you will be able to contribute in written form to it. It's also to gather some information from all the attendees today, and hopefully those watching the live stream online as well. So please submit it via the poll that's going to come up now. Thank you. Sabrina, could you bring up? Okay, so the first question is, where are you joining us from? Please could you scan the Menti QR code via your mobile device, or if you're on a browser, you can, on a laptop, please open up the menti.com with the numbers that are provided there, 5780-0718. Those online watching the live stream, hopefully you can also contribute as well, and the QR code will work for you as well. So we can get responses from both groups. Thank you so much. Okay, Sabrina, could you open up the browser so we see the live results? So we can all see, yeah, perfect. Okay, so, oh, brilliant. We've got some respondents, yeah. 4, yep, 18, 19. Yeah, the thing about this is that we can see how many of you have got it open live. So how many of you haven't yet filled it in? So come on, 23 people, only 7 submitted, please. So, oh, brilliant. So we've got 3 continents represented already. 4, fantastic. 24. Yeah, we've got a big blob with 9 in the middle. The bigger the blob, the more people. So hopefully a little bit more variety. That's fantastic. 4th continent, 5th. Yeah, brilliant. 27 of you, people online as well, liking it. Thank you. Right, very, very interesting. So very international in terms of attendance online and in person. Thank you. 28 people have got it open but have not yet submitted. I'll give you a few more seconds. Yeah, a few more seconds. Right, let's go into the next one, Sabrina. Thank you so much. Oh, we've got you watching the live stream to see. Great. Okay, so our next question is, and hopefully Florian, is that your name? You can submit it via this. That would be brilliant. What is one action we as the GEO Youth team should take now to strengthen youth participation in GEO's work? So suggestions. So suggestions, please submit them. They will come up as a word cloud. So if you have commonalities with other suggestions and submissions, the bigger the word, the bigger the blob. It's a proportionate thing. Brilliant new and fresh ideas. You can submit a word or a statement or an entire sentence or a paragraph if you like. Yeah. Please, I'll give you a minute or so to do this. So we need some ideas, we need some inspiration from your vast experience, I'm sure, in the room and those watching online as well. Please do give us some ideas. So what is one action we as the team should take now to strengthen youth participation? So the priority now, the first thing we should focus on. And WMO representatives, please share your wisdom with us so we can be inspired by what you've done successfully with the WMO youth work. Fantastic. Youth at the core of GEO. I'm going to start reading a few of these out loud. Funding, advertise, motivation, trust youth, training opportunities, brilliant. Coordinated mentorship, and not just mentorship, but coordinated mentorship, brilliant. Mentorship seems to be coming up a lot. That's great. Clarity on how to engage, fantastic. Intergenerational exchange. Okay, thank you. School workshops. So, targeting even younger, sort of younger than university generation. That's fantastic. Thank you so much. The earlier, the better. Right, next slide, please. Thank you, Sabrina. Thank you so much for all those who have submitted. Okay, so please rank the most important qualities of a future Earth intelligence leader. What should GEO focus on supporting young people in developing? And you should be able to submit multiple responses to this. So we've got the obvious technical skills, and one of the questions that our panel responded to was on this, but also other things, as Theo brought up: collaboration, innovation, communication, systems thinking. I think you covered pretty much all of them in your response. Thank you, Theo. Yeah, systems thinking, technical skills. Thank you so much. Fantastic. Innovation. Yeah, collaboration. Oh, we've got a battle between the top two at the moment to keep swapping round. Communication is number one. Any more responses? 33 are watching currently live but have not responded. Fantastic. Systems thinking, interesting. Okay. Okay, there may be others that we have not covered, but you may be able to submit in the next slide. Fantastic. Thank you very much. Okay, let's move on to the next one. What is the biggest challenge global youth face engaging with the Earth observation community? What do you think is the biggest challenge? What should we focus on targeting and hopefully resolving or contributing to resolving in some way? And this is globally as well. Please submit your responses. So one word or statement or phrase. You can get a couple of generation gap. Interesting. Thank you. Opportunity. Yep. Senior expertise. Okay. Thank you. So engaging with senior experts, definitely. Any more ideas on the biggest challenges we need to focus on overcoming or dealing with? Oh, brilliant. Lots of new responses. Data access, localized geo context. Okay. Yeah. The local context. So community level, local level, concrete platforms to disseminate. Is that right? Yeah. Trust, networking. Oh, brilliant. Lots of responses there. Thank you so much. Democracy, data, access, data. Very good. Access to resources, access to data, access to tools. Fantastic. Thank you so much. Next one, please. Okay. This will be, I think, the question before last. So what should GEO invest in first to empower global youth interested in Earth observation? You should be able to move them to rank them. Okay. So we also got the other, if you think there should be something else we should cover and focus on. But where should GEO invest first to empower global youth interested in Earth observation? This is the financial aspect. Investment is also can be in terms of time and resources, but this is financial as well. Perfect. Thank you so much. Financial is number one. Training and skills building number two. Youth representation and decision making. That was brought up by a panel as well. Access to tools and data, mentorship and guidance of more experienced professionals. Fantastic. Trades and skills building is definitely number one. Thank you so much, Sabrina. Any more? Final chance. 34 people that are live on the platform now. Please submit your responses. Final chance. 3, 2, 1. That's it. Okay. Next one. Slide. Okay, this is the final question. And then I'm going to close the session. Okay. By 2030, the SDG deadline, and also deadline for a lot of other policy-related things, nationally and internationally, what outcomes would represent successful youth engagement for the GEO Youth team? What do you think we should have done by 2030? Okay, the next 4 years. What would you see successful for us to have done in terms of youth engagement? What do you think we really need to focus on next 4 years? This is also going to come up as a word, cloud. Okay. Do we have 34 alive thinking? Just submit the first thing that comes to mind. That would be great. Oh, brilliant. Strengthened and empowered next generation, equal consideration, accessibility and understanding of GEO by the youth. Brilliant. Youth processes. Yep. Work programs. Youth is not a separate team, but mainstream at the core of GEO work. Okay, very interesting. Inclusion. Oh, brilliant. Long response there. Social media presence targeting young audiences. Brilliant. Lots of responses there. Thank you so much, 34 people that are live and 9 that have responded. Okay, we've got a bit of a delay, I think, with it coming up live, but they are appearing slowly but surely. better representation at decision-making levels. Thank you so much. Fantastic. Lots of ideas there. Thank you. Brilliant. Thank you. And the QR code will be open for the next few days if you want to submit anything in the next few days during day 2 of the symposium and the plenary, of course. Thank you very much, those online and in person, for submitting. Next slide, please. If you could, yeah, go back. Fantastic. Okay, this is my closing. Thank you so much for attending. Thank you to our speakers and panelists, fantastic panel here, and also the responses from the audience, and the GEO Secretariat Youth and Work Programme teams for your ongoing support to the youth community of practice and the leadership team. Thank you to those who attended online in person, and thank you WMO for supporting this event as well and hosting us. Fantastic. Thank you so much. That's my closing as Marta Koch, moderator. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I would like to invite everyone also to continue this conversation outside. We will be there. The GeoSec Youth team, the youth leadership team is outside also. So feel free tomorrow, today, to reach out to us also to engage with our team. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Don't forget to have the tick up your stand. I've seen it here.
Yeah, only is young, that's not sub-experience.
Yeah, thank you for coming, everyone. Thank you. They're really great. Oh, brilliant. Okay, check out that. Thank you for coming in. Thank you, that's fantastic. Thank you for coming. Thank you.
Sur le thème de l'IA par rapport des et après ça, par contre, c'est vraiment économique.
Yeah, so much is good. Yeah. So once the morning session is over, we'll kind of experience and you should still the pool and
yeah, I think I didn't do anything for a while, but because there's no anything the best is
yeah.
Okay. I think I've seen the exactly I sent an email exactly because
Yeah.
Yeah, the switch, the transition. Exactly.
This thing was first time so here? First time. No, right? You should have been here. Yeah.
Of course, from the whole thing to some fun. Yes. Yeah. I think that's also one of the
Ah, yeah.
Saint Martin and so we have now really managing the and so far in the past it's a lot of work and now with another program I think
you tried those. Okay, so you want like okay, completely enjoy your life. Okay. Yeah. Good for you. Bad for us. Yeah, I think that you would it will be full time or shift.
So yeah. Okay. Exactly. It was not
Yes. Already. Yeah. Okay. I will have to like put some time in.
No.
That's why I think that
Yes. Yes.
Like do you have these friends that so I would treat this lady one guy.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But now I'm reading that. That is like all the topics. Yeah. Exactly, exactly that. Yeah, I think it's I know, I have it here.
Yeah, yeah, unfortunately, just not coming. Yeah, she was advised by doctors not to travel. Yeah, it's personal, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but she also joined online. Very different. Yeah, very different from
Yes, I have your slides ready.
sure you have everyone lined up. No, speakers. Okay, so that's true. And they are So, we can start at 3:30. Yeah, yeah, okay. Okay.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for attending this second showcase session of the GEO Symposium. So during this session, we will have 5 different pitches. So without losing some time, I will introduce the first speaker, which is Michele Meroni. He is consultant at the Food Security Unit at the Joint Research Center. So please, Michele, the floor is yours. Yes, you can sit.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Michele Meroni, and I will talk about the Copernicus for Geogram Validation Service. I will talk on behalf also of my colleagues Felix Rembol and Casimiro Orlowski, who is the lead author of this work. We all work at the Food Security Unit at the Joint Research Center. Next, please. So Copernicus for Geogram is an on-demand support service for agricultural monitoring and map validation. It is part of the Copernicus Land Monitoring Service, and it represents the European one of the European contribution to GEO and in particular to Geogram. To support agricultural monitoring, it has 2 main components. The first one is a crop type mapping service, which provides crop mask and crop type maps at 10-meter resolution and area estimates. And the second service, which is the one I will talk about today, is the map validation service, where we validate third-party maps. This is in particular in support to the European Union deforestation regulation for existing commodity maps like cocoa, rubber, and so on. Thank you. So why independent validation is important? Because we know that maps derived from Earth observation have errors. So what we do is we follow a statistically rigorous methods, and we use independent data to evaluate the accuracy, the accuracy and give an uncertainty quantification for a given map. This is important because it's transparent, it's third party, and adds value to the map being validated. And also it strengthens its credibility so that it can be used by stakeholders. In the case of UDR are government, industries, and also public stakeholders. So in a nutshell, probably you already know the UDR, it's a regulation that covers key commodities and specify that to place this product on the EU market, they have to be deforestation free and legal production. It covers a number of commodities. So far we work with cocoa, coffee, and rubber. It also specifies a cutoff date, so it has to be deforestation free from 31st of December 2020. And geospatial data plays a kind of big role in this regulation because we need farm geolocation for supply chain traceability. And we also need reliable baseline maps to evaluate the deforestation risk assessments of the given country. Next, please. The service was activated in the past for Côte d'Ivoire, where we had a general land cover, including a cocoa map. It's ongoing in Honduras and Cameroon for coffee and cocoa, and probably the next one will be again Côte d'Ivoire, but for crop, cocoa and rubber specific maps. Thank you. So in this presentation, we go a bit more in the Cameroon activation. That is what we are working now. We have been asked to assess the accuracy of a national cocoa map at 10-meter resolution based on Sentinel. This map is produced by national stakeholders and with the support of FAO. National stakeholders, including the Ministry of Agriculture, and the goal is to support EU deforestation risk assessment, but also general land use planning. Reference date, it's always that of UDR, so end of 2020. And compared to other activation, we see that this landscape is quite challenging, both for the production of the map and both for the validation, because it's a humid tropical environment with also quite some agroforestry cocoa systems. Next, please. So this service has a workflow. First, we identify the area of interest. Then we specify the sampling, the stratification and the sampling design in a feasibility study. All is public on Copernicus. Then there is a field data collection. Enumerators are equipped with COBO toolbox. Thank you. To collect the information, so that during the campaign we can check near real time the progress of the campaign, but also the quality of the campaign. At the same time, we do desk-based VHR interpretation, so at submitter commercial imagery. The project ends with the validation, which is both qualitative and quantitative. Next, thank you. A bit more on the sampling design. So, for example, in Cameroon, we use two strata, cocoa and no cocoa strata. In both of the strata, we randomly selected the primary sampling units, which are squares of 500 by 500 meters. In each of these PSU, there are 25 secondary sample units with a spacing of 100 meters. And the enumerator are asked to reach each single point and provide information land cover in a 15-meter radius. Next, please. What we ask to the enumerators, the land cover or crop type identification, so plantation in the case of Cameroon, cocoa, coffee. If there is a plantation, we ask if it's monoculture, if it's agroforestry, meaning that there are shade trees, or it's a mixed cultivation. In addition to that, we want the enumerator to express their confidence that the land cover was there already in 2020. And for this, we want them to record traces or evidence, like the fruits are visible in the cocoa plantation, the trees are mature, and the stem diameter. Next, thank you. And why would we do this? Because basically we have a temporal mismatch between the field surveys that happens end of 2024-25 and the reference year, which was, so basically we have a 5 years temporal gap. In this 5 years, the land cover may have changed. And if it has changed, this has consequence on the disagreement we would find in the validation. So we put in place different mitigation strategies. One is one of the previous slides. We ask for visible signs of 2020 presence. And the second one is that we review all the field pictures in the office, and we compare what they observe with historical VHR imagery. Next. So interpreting VHR in this landscape can be easy. This is a good example of 2 points on the left and on the right. The interpretation for left is wetland, and for the right point is coffee. This is confirmed by enumerator and by field observation. Next. It can also be challenging. For example, these 2 points are in these 2 secondary sampling units are interpreted both as forest, as you see, but the one on the left is actually a forest, while the one on the right, the field campaign, show that there are cocoa planted under the shade trees. Yeah, thank you. Next, so can be challenging. So in general, we see that VHR it's pretty useful because it has several advantages. It's resource efficient. It's basically quite cheap. It increases and scale up the possibility of covering, meaning that we can assess remote or inaccessible area. And in addition, with VHR, we can purchase VHR imagery of the reference year. The challenges are, of course, that it's not a in situ observation. It's a photo interpretation. And also we see that in this, particularly in this landscape, complex canopy structure and agroforestry makes it quite challenging. Next. Again, the example of Cameroon, we collected about 6,000 field observation and more than 24,000 VHR interpreted points. Of those, 2,000 were overlapping with field observation. And this is particularly important to understand the quality of the VHR interpretation, so to see where they are usable, if they are usable, and to what extent. The validation is still pending, but I can show you in the next slide some preliminary result on the first map that was produced by the consortium. On the left, the qualitative assessment, we found, for example, I think it's always useful because we found artifacts along forest boundaries and roads. And on the right, the quantitative assessment. You see the confusion metrics. This is only based on the field data. And on the right, the overall accuracy, which in general can be seen as rather good, 86%. But if we look at the F1 score of Coco, it's very low. It's 40%. Just want to mention that not only with this exercise we evaluate the accuracy, so user and producer accuracy, but we also attach 95 confidence interval to this number. So I think it's pretty exhaustive. You are saying that the user accuracy is 96% and the 95% confidence interval is within 95 plus or minus 0.5. Thank you. Next. So conclusion, independent validation, we think is essential for those geospatial products that have to inform policy. To take decision, the decision maker needs to know the quality and the error rate. If you consider, for example, for risk assessment under the UDR. For a UDR, the temporal consistency of reference data will always be a problem because the reference year is 2020 and we are working now. So we think that mitigation strategies has to be put in place. So we have to consider this mismatch. We also think that hybrid reference collection, so VHR and field data, is very useful. Field data is the base, is the certain data, but VHR enables scaling up the data collection. Thank you. In these particular settings of Cameroon, cocoa agroforestry remains a challenge. It's very difficult. I mean, if the forest is dense and we don't see through the forest, there's no way we can see cocoa or any other plantation underneath. In general, we think that the validation service of Copernicus for GeoGlam that is made under the umbrella of GeoGlam has been very appreciated. And discussion, we started a discussion to continue such service in the next phase of the Copernicus Global Land Program. Next, I think it's done. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, it seems that we are short on time, so I will recommend to have a question during the next break, if you don't mind, if there is any. I will have one, but I will come back to you. Our next speaker will be Karel Charvat. Karel, if you wish. Karel is the principal for Plan for All and is also part of the program board as this, and is coordinating also some activity on OGC under the data working group, I think.
Agriculture.
Agriculture for the data working group of agriculture, and the floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you very much. I would like to thank GEO to give me a chance to speak. And at the beginning, I would like ask, do you know this bird which is on the image? It belongs to the most intelligent birds in the world. Yes, so there is a group of these birds, and they are very, very intelligent. They are able sometimes also to repeat some sentences and another. And it inspired us, if we are speaking about intelligence, to the name of this, what about we are speaking. How I can...
you just ask. She will do
okay,
it for you.
Next. So, I think that already today on some sessions there was mentioned huge of amount of the data which is produced, huge amount of different processes. But is it real intelligence if we have some amount of the data, but how people non-experts are able to use this? Yes, if we are speaking about intelligence for all, we need to be able to guarantee that, for example, farmers, public servant will be able to use this knowledge which is now generated worldwide. And can you imagine that the simple farmer is able to provide some complex analysis of remote sensing or another data? This is very, very difficult. And of course, if we are taking some decision, we need also to guarantee some trust and traceability to be able to really answer why we are recommended this, because if we will serve the people with a black box, it could be a big problem, and also who will do this can influence of the people to very bad decisions. So we need to be able to explain what is the reason of this decision. Next.
Please turn your microphone off and on to make it.
Oh, yes. Off and on. Okay. Okay, better. So, what I am now presenting is something like 2.5 year work where we are thinking how we can do this better, how we can bring this information to the people, how we can support the decision. You will see here a few very simple schemas, which looks very simple, but I have to say that on in the back of every this simple box is very, very difficult development and a lot of discussion how we can do this. So we need to use large language model as some orchestrator, not a source of truth. This is very important, yes, because okay, LLM are trained with a huge number of information, but it is not possible to train with all actual information about Earth observation and other. But these tools are able to analyze the questions, the needs of the people, and transfer this into some process. But it is again very important to be able to manage this process. It is important to look on the technology. Yes, if you are working with LLM, you know that there exists so-called rack where you are able to put the documents, and then language model is not working with our library or what was trained, but is working, if you can tell them, work only with this library. But we can do this also with geospatial data, mainly with vector data. We can put this vector data into some form of GeoRack, and we can then query this data. Okay, we need to in some way to follow what was done, yes, because it will be not good to skip all technology, what was done, yes, all metadata. We need to enhance, improve this, but we need to be able to reuse this, and of course we need to develop something what is able to make some decision, some recommendation. Next. So here you can see some very simple process. user is making some question, and this question is analyzing, and we have metadata. Of course, this metadata has to be enriched. It cannot be use the simple metadata like ISO 19115 or GeoDCAT. We need to put there much more semantics to be able to recognize. Then we can select the data, make the analysis, and in some form, JSON, we can return the data to LLM, and LLM is able to combine to get the answer. What is advantage of this? That we are not dependent on one concrete LLM. Yes, there exist standard interfaces like Olama, and it is possible very easy to replace ChatGPT with some locally running system. There is a huge amount of the system. The biggest amount of very good and very powerful system which is possible to run locally are coming now from the China. Yes, we are testing and comparing many of the systems as possibility to use next. So I already mentioned GeoRack. Another possibility is to, for example, use data cubes, yes, because with satellite data, climatic data, data cubes are very important, and again, it's possible to prepare protocol and define some queries how to ask these data cubes for the analysis and how to receive the answer from the data analysis. And what is also important is not to stay on the level of spatial information. We have a huge richness in the text, yes, and till now the common methods work only on the geospatial data. If you find some good article, you need to sit and to start programming what was done in this article to do this. But now with this new language model, you are able to analyze these different methods, different recommendations, but also legislation. For example, for subsidies, yes, we are able to give to the system the list of subsidies for agriculture, and then the system is already able to analyze this. When farmer is asking what is the best for me, they can look, okay, you have in the map you have such condition, for this condition there are such rules, and you can use this. So this is another advantage, to be able to combine geospatial analysis with textual information. Next. You can see the needs for semantics. Yes, I mentioned already the semantics. All this standard metadata system which are used and which can be used as for in Earth observation now. I don't know how it is in China or another part of world, but in Europe mainly stack is used now for this data. It is discussed DCAT, GeoDCAT. Of course, before we work in Europe a lot of about Inspire profile, but we need to enrich this metadata and to put there much more information to be possible to analyze which tools or which data are the best to provide it this analysis. But on the other side, we can again use advantage of LLM, because I don't know how it was in another part, but I know that when Inspire was implemented in Europe, people hate to make Inspire metadata. Yes, so it was the big problem to make the metadata. But of course, a lot of metadata you are able to generate with the help of artificial intelligence. For example, I can have the maps, and I can have the textual description of what are meaning, what type of trees I can plant it, and with the combination of language models, I can enrich the metadata and prepare the better tool. Next. So there is some possibility what is possible in agriculture. We start work on this in Polyrural project, but because we would like to guarantee the continuity, we switch also to another project, and we are now also developing this into another project, Focal and Bioclima, where we are looking on climatic things, climatic data, but also biodiversity data. And these methods are possible to implement in many areas, but of course it requires many development. Next. So we have maps. We need to make some alerts. What is important to be able to explain why this is recommended? Yes, because this is key for any decision to be able to explain. So we need to have some provenance records about the data, because if we would like to support some decision, it is necessary to know which data was used for this. Of course, it is necessary to make some workflow, and also for with artificial intelligence, it is in any case some, we can say, statistics. So we need to be able also make some assessment of the risk or not correct answer. Next. Here you can see some number of potential users. So it is not only for the researcher or for the technical, but also people without technical skills are able to work. For example, what is advantage that you can use your own language, and I think that in any country, farmers are usually not using foreign language. So if they are able to this analysis with their own language, it could open the possibility. So these are some advantages. Next. The trust is important, yes, because we need to reduce the hallucination. A lot of hallucination we are able really reduce if we are pushing the system use only information which we are supplying. But also sometimes the system is not deterministic and is able to answer twice differently if you are putting the same question. Yes, so there is still now a number of things which need to be solved. Of course, we are testing this on a local scale. We are using commercial systems, but also we are testing some HPC infrastructure, what and how we can run, because some models require different amount of memory, different computer capacity. So we are testing this. Next. Here you can see the 3 projects which now are main developers of this, but we are open, and we are now trying, of course, to find more financing for this, not only in such form. We are trying to attract people from outside. Usually every 2-3 months we are organizing code camps where people have chance to meet and work together, learn what happens new. So if anybody will be interested to cooperate in the future with us, we will be very happy. Next. Here you can see again, it is in some way repeated what we done. And last slide. This is or not last. There is one more. So there is again a repeat what could be done and on what we are working. Next. And if there are some questions, please.
Thank you, Carvel. We don't have time for question now, but I think you will be available to answer during the coffee break.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you again. I'd like to invite our next presenter, Masaki Yasukawa. He's associate professor at the University of Tokyo, and he has been working especially in the framework of GeoWork program activities such as the DIAS initiative. So the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. My name is Masaki Yasukawa from the University of Tokyo. Next, please. Yes, next, please. So at first, I'd like to introduce the DS data integration and analysis system project. So that received the support of Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports Science and Technology of Japan. So DS started in 2006. The phase 4 project began from 2021. Next, please. This shows the conceptual diagram of DIAS. So DIAS develops various applications using archived large-scale Earth observation data in extra large volume storage with 100 petabyte. Next, please. So this figure shows the real-time application for advancing Earth intelligence, such as flood, drought, dam optimal operation, biodiversity, and infectious disease warning. Next, please. So for water-related hazards overseas, DIAS developed many early warning systems like this. Blue color is flood early warning system. The project in Sri Lanka began in 2017 and has since expanded to Philippines, Myanmar, and West Africa. So yellow color is agriculture drought monitoring and prediction. So the project in Ghana that I'm introduced today build on experience gained from our project in West Africa and Brazil. Next, please. So UNESCO project titled Development of Integrated Early Warning System for Water-related Hazards in Ghana was funded by Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Japan. So the University of Tokyo and ICHAM, that is UNESCO Category 2 Center of Japan, collaborated to develop an integrated early warning system. The field observation data was provided thanks to the significant contribution of various institutions in Ghana. Next, please. So Japan side developed the tools such as bias corrected rain maps using satellite observation from JAXA, ensemble rainfall prediction, flood monitoring and prediction, and agriculture drought monitoring and prediction. Also, Japan side integrated tools and implemented to the DIAS. Today, I focus to the agriculture drought monitoring and prediction. Next, please. So agriculture drought monitoring and prediction tools have been developed by Dr. Tsutsui of ICHAM. Next, please. So Japan satellite-based passive microwave sensors, AMSA series, are capable of observing surface soil moisture content continuously over time and space on a global scale. Okay. By integrating the dynamic vegetation model with land surface model, CLV DAS can estimate invisible water such as root zone soil moisture content and vegetation moisture content. Next. Also, since vegetation moisture content is raw material for photosynthesis, it is closely linked to the dynamic growth and yield of crops. Next, please. So, however, because vegetation moisture content and crop yield use different units, they cannot be compared quantitatively. Next. Therefore, by normalizing both variables using z-score, that is drought index widely used in drought analysis. Next, please. It becomes possible to make a quantitative comparison. Next, please. This is a regional scale assessment of agricultural drought in West Africa. On a comparison of z-score for vegetation moisture content and per millet yield, we found that vegetation moisture content is high in 2003 and 2004, but yield were low. Next, please. Upon investing this cause, we found that yields declined in 2003 and 2004 due to a locust outbreak in West Africa. So from this slide, I explain a country scale assessment of agricultural drought in Ghana. So since we are able to obtain detailed agricultural statistical data at the district level from Ghana side, we are able to conduct the following detailed analysis. Next, please. In West Africa, we calculated z-scores for vegetation moisture content and crop yield. Here, forecasting the corn yield, we derived the equation for calculating z-score from vegetation moisture content. And the equation for calculating crop yield from z-scores. So by deriving these equations for 13 districts in Brong-Ahafo state, next please. So we can estimate annual corn yields. This shows the estimation of corn yields from 2004 to 2017 in the 13 districts of Brong-Ahafo state, which is the most agriculturally productive region in Ghana. So furthermore, by inputting, please. Yes, 12 ensemble precipitation forecast into the system, it is possible to generate 3 months seasonal forecasts of vegetation moisture content. And this is the 12 ensemble forecast of vegetation moisture content from July to September 2018. Next page. Using 12 ensemble vegetation moisture content forecast, corn yields in July 2018 for the 13 districts of Brong-Ahafo state was predicted. This shows the accuracy. This is a comparison of estimate corn yield in the Brong-Ahafo state from 2004 to 2018 with actual statistical data. The error is 0.21 ton per hectare as measured by the RMSE. Also, sorry, but please. Yes. Also, it was found that the estimation and prediction were very close to statistical data. Next, please. Yes. Sorry. Yes. Okay, this is a movie of demonstration of visualization tool for agriculture drought monitoring and prediction. At first, 2025 monitoring LAI, land surface soil moisture, root zone soil moisture are displayed in country level, state level, district level, and mesh level. Also, spatial map of each physical quantity is displayed in time slider. Also, users can view the 3 months seasonal prediction like this. So a hands-on training session titled Training of Experts on the Development of Integrated Early Warning System for Water-Related hazards in Ghana by ICHAM and the University of Tokyo was held in Accra, Ghana on November 2025, and 7 institutions, 57 people participated. So finally, I focused on the introducing agriculture drought monitoring and prediction system in Ghana. So our action plan is to expand the training on integrated early warning system to local staff. And TIAS will provide ongoing technical support for construction and operation of integrated early warning system by Ghana. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. We have time for one question. Michele.
Can you give more information about the soil moisture product from AMSR? Resolution, spatial resolution, temporal resolution, long length of the time series. Thank you.
Resolution. Sorry.
Yeah, general spatial frequency, revisit frequency. How long is the time series? Is it public? General information about this.
Salt moisture indicators. Maybe you can discuss it.
Sorry.
After.
Yes.
The answer should be long.
Please. I'm sorry.
Thank you very much. If there is no other question, we can ask our next speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We can ask our next speaker, Miao Zhong, an associate professor of the Aerospace Information Research Institute and member of GeoGlam, to come on stage. And the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. It's really a pleasure to be here to present our work. I make slight change to the presentation title. I just want to show you how the corporate co-develop national systems with the developing nations. As we all know, food security is still a global issue. Not only developing country, but also even developed countries still have food security issues. But in particular, Africa and Southeast Asian are suffering a lot. And the reason, not only climate variabilities, but also there are some political impacts like regional conflicts or some other factors like pests and diseases, drought, also affect those agricultural outputs. And most of the developing countries, the lack of the operational information to make informed decisions to like how to make decision on the food trade, the lack of those information. Next page. And to achieve this, actually it demands timely information, and Earth observation is one of the, I would say, most effective way to do the large-scale crop monitoring. And that's why many countries try to set up such crop monitoring systems, either the big countries or international organizations, they already have such systems. But for the global south, for the developing nations, the high cost or technical barriers always constrain the developing countries to have these national-based crop monitoring systems. But as a lot of agencies or countries already have the system, why not transferring the existing tools or technologies to those developing countries? That's our idea. Try to use the existing methodologies, our platform, to transfer to the developing countries. Next page. And we are operating the CropWatch Cloud, which is also a key contributor to GeoGlam. And it is a satellite-based crop monitoring system focusing on maize, wheat, rice, and soybean, 4 major crops, and mainly by using Earth observation data and also in-situ data. Recent years, we also use a lot of artificial intelligence methodologies, deep learning algorithms, or large language model. Our colleague also mentioned this in previous presentation. And then all integrate those information together to provide information services and tools to the developing country. Next page. And the scope of and objective of our team is to provide, I would say, not only the produce information, not only provide the information, but also provide the tools and platforms for the developing countries to enable the informed decision making. And we also work a lot on the capacity building. We want to make the capacity in developing countries more sustainable. And we try to make the platforms as a kind of public goods for the whole society. Next page. And after years of development, the latest version now offers a series of application program interface, which we call API-based architecture, which is easy to extend to include more algorithms. And like users could also contribute to the platform and register their algorithms as additional APIs to make it available either only for themselves if they set to private algorithms, or they can also make it public so that every user on the platform can use. Next page. And based on the whole platform, we've been conducting a lot of capacity building activities over 32 countries, and mostly through multilateral cooperation mechanisms. GeoGlam, China Geo, and also a lot of UN agencies were involved, including FAO, were involved, so that we communicate with developing countries. We conducted the training courses in a multilateral way in different countries. Last year, we also set up a regional center in West Africa to enhance the efficiency of the capacity building so that one training, but more countries can be involved at the same time. Next page. And last week, I was in Thailand and conducting a practical application training for Minister of Agriculture and Corporation of Thailand. And we worked together with Office of Agriculture Economies and develop training courses there. Several local agencies were involved. The whole week we have a discussion and also training for different algorithms for rice monitoring. Next page. And here comes the main part, how to co-create the crop monitoring system. I would say we go through 2 dimensions. On one part is the data dimension. On the other side is components and model dimension. Next page. For the data, we offer the smartphone apps to collect the data more effectively. So AI technology is involved to pre-process, automatic pre-process of geotech photos using deep learning network and to process massive geotech photos to get the crop type information to support the crop mapping. Next page. And we also have another field level data and information services tools called Corpus Farmer. So it also uses deep learning methodology to measure the yield without destroying the crops by using the computer vision technologies to monitor the yield. Of course, we need some inputs of the crop variety information. And it also provides field level information in return to the farmer so that the farmer contributes some information. It also gets yield-based information to help them to better manage the fields. Next page. And not only the field data, but also the yield data. We are utilizing multi-source of yield data for developing countries. This is example for Nigeria. So Nigerian, they have their own Nigerian satellite images. And on the other side, Chinese Ministry of Natural Resource also offer high resolution 2-meter satellite, 2-meter resolution satellite data free of charge to over 30 developing countries. So in Nigeria, we use different source of satellite images, Chinese satellite and domestic satellite from the country, and also international source of data. Next page. And then we have the platform offer open source algorithms. Like one example is to use deep learning methodology to detect the cropland parcels. This is a showcase with colleagues from Nigeria. We work together from co-create field parcel samples to train the model, and then integrate the multi-source of satellite images. We can co-produce the cropland parcel that could enhance the accuracy of the crop monitoring in the country. Next page. And for the model selection, we also respect the priority of the users. The platform itself offers 4 types of crop yield prediction: statistical, or the physical models, like biomass harvest index model. But we always discuss with the national users which type of model they want to use, or which type of model they have experience, so that we make the final choice which type of model they want to use for national monitoring. Next page. For example, for the Thailand, we also discussed together to design the system interface. And like this is one of the slides we discussed with the colleagues from Thailand last week. So the interface, what components they want, and what special units they want to target in the system, and what kind of interface they want to show or to visualize the information for the country. Next page. So every single component we discussed together. And model calibration, of course, the most important part. And this regression graph showing the accuracy that was used based on the baseline model that is currently we use for the global monitoring. Of course, if we want to have very accurate accuracy at the local level, we still need a lot of data from local scales to calibrate the model together. So this is what exactly we work together with them. So we visit the field, we collect the field data together, we use the data to retrain the model, to calibrate the parameters behind the model to have a more accurate result. Next page. And not only the model itself, but also we try to develop an automatic pipelines for monitoring. So this is an example of integration of large language model and the remote sensing model. So we provide interface so that the user can type something like a sentence, I want to precise or monitor rice areas for this season for specific areas. Then the model can interpret the demands from the users and then call the relevant models or algorithms behind the system, and to generate user needed high resolution mapping. Next page. And by working together, we could refine the baseline data, refine the algorithms, and refine the monitoring units. So this is one example. We work together with Thailand to do the national scales rainy season rice areas, and on top of that, we do yield prediction for the country, so that those information the user from Thailand could access freely, and they can also use internally to write a report in Thai languages to support their own decision making. Next page. Take home message. I think we work together with developing countries from the beginning, from the designing of the interface, from the selection of different models and components, and then we develop it together how to the whole system, from interface, from the model calibration protocol, and also from data collection. We've been conducting these mechanisms in different countries. We work together with NASTA from Nigeria. We work together with MAF from Cambodia and other developing countries. And with the customized tools, we provide a series of training courses to make sure the users master the skills and they know how to use the system to do the monitoring. And there, we also offer some fellowship to make sure the local experts, they get the knowledge, they can be sustainable. This could be sustainable with the local knowledge people involved, so that they can also teach other people in a broader scales. And this is the whole creation, co-creation mechanisms we adopted. Next page, I think the last slide. I just want to also mention that the research is very important in these EU domains. Our institute is hosting one of the journal in remote sensing. Just for your reference, if you are interested, if you have a good paper, you can also try and submit to this journal. Thank you very much.
We can allow one question if you want. No, don't be shy. Okay. So you can come at the break. Thank you again.
Thank you.
For the last pitch of the session, we will have two different presenters. We will have Francisco Galarraga. Is from the Military Geographic Institute of Ecuador. And we will also have Carl Nettleton, is founder of Open Oceans Global. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Carl Nettleton. I'm the founder and president of Open Oceans Global, and we are proud to be a newly appointed associate member of GEO and to be here along with our collaborators from GEO Tierra, Ecuador. We're making a co-presentation today. We'll begin with an overview of the global status of ocean plastic pollution. Okay. That's okay now? Okay. And the status in Ecuador as seen from the perspective of global research. Following that, you'll hear from my co-presenter, Francisco Galarraga, the Geographic and Geomatics Director of the Instituto Geográfico Militar of Ecuador, which we refer to as IGM, and he's also the GEO alternate for GEO Tierra Ecuador. And he'll talk about the work of RUPO, the work underway in Ecuador to address ocean plastic pollution. Also with us today from IGM are Colonel Hugo Fernando Aviles, IGM's director, the center there, whose support we greatly appreciate, and Dr. Martha Villagomez, IGM's geographic evaluator and the head of cartographic technical production, who's shown irreplaceable leadership in this work. And I also want to recognize IGM geographic specialist Ingeniero Ricardo Elizalde, who's been tireless in bringing together local data, regional and national data sets from Ecuador. Let's go slide 2, please. Plastic pollution affects marine ecosystems, biodiversity, and coastal communities on a global scale. According to Pew, 11 million metric tons of plastic reach the ocean each year. It's expected to nearly triple by 2040. 109 million metric tons of plastic are already in rivers and lakes, working their way to the ocean. That too is expected to triple by 2060. And plastic production and plastic waste are also expected to triple in coming decades. Next slide, please. So it's really an international problem, and it's an international problem because it happens locally almost everywhere. In Ecuador, where we're doing our work now, over a 10-year period, according to studies by Florida State University, 30,000 total tons went to the ocean, but 29,000 tons of it actually stayed on the beach. That's 88.6%. So Ecuador is kind of unique in that it's a case study where most of the plastic that leaves Ecuador to go to the ocean stays in Ecuador, and most of the most of the plastic that comes from Ecuador goes to Ecuador's beaches. A little bit goes to Colombia and Peru. A little bit comes from Panama and Peru, but essentially it stays in Ecuador. Ocean Cleanup has done some really interesting information about the rivers. The rivers in Ecuador, 74 of them contribute 1,224 metric tons to the ocean each year. 50% comes from the Rio Guayas, and along with two other small rivers in an estuary called Estero Salado, and 10% from the Rio Esmeraldas. And these are 3 of the 1,000 rivers sending 80% of plastic to the world's ocean each year. So if most of the plastic that Ecuador sends to the ocean ends up on a beach, we can locate it and use geographical tools to determine where it came from, so interventions can be implemented to stop it. And that's what Open Oceans is doing in conjunction with our collaborators in Ecuador. We're implementing the Ocean Plastic Pathways Initiative. And here's the premise and why our work is different. While much of the work to address ocean plastic pollution is focused at the international policy level, which is extremely important, our work recognizes that there's only 3 pathways by which plastic can reach a beach. Local beach litter, people actually using the beach and leaving it on the beach. Inland water sources, from whether it's rivers, creeks, storm drains, bringing trash, plastic down to the beaches from inland, and offshore sources, often from fishing industry, other industrial work offshore that's brought to the beaches by ocean currents. Understanding this enables a process of elimination of pathways and their sources. And it also allows us to use everything from local knowledge to satellite imagery to pinpoint, document, and map those sources of plastic pollution in a way so that we can inform policy and make changes together using sources and resources from the local to the international. What about Open Oceans Global? Who are we? We're a solutions-oriented nonprofit dedicated to ending the flow of plastic to the ocean using map-based data to drive change, internationally focused on mapping ocean plastic hotspots, which you can find on our website, curating a digital library of proven solutions and matching them to sources of plastic pollution. We're not interested in just finding the problem. We're interested in linking the best global solutions to those problems to see how we can make change. Linking together ocean plastic experts and implementing, as I've already mentioned, the Ocean Plastics Pathways Initiative in Ecuador. We've also been accredited by the United Nations as an official observer of the UN Plastic Treaty process. You can switch slides, please. While important internationally policy decisions are being considered, we want to shift the primary approach at each beach from local cleanup to local prevention. Ocean plastic pollution is an international problem, as I said, because it manifests itself locally around the world. We've developed and are refining with our partners the geography-based tools with support from those collaborators and ESRI Ecuador and ESRI Colombia to show where the prevention needs to happen, and are working to and hope to replicate this elsewhere in the future. Ocean Plastic Pathways translates into La Ruta del Plástico al Océano in Spanish, with the acronym RUPO. We're proud of that acronym. We have, as a team, have come to really love it, and IGM created a wonderful logo, which you'll see in a minute for us. So if you'll please welcome Francisco Galarraga to tell you the RUPO story. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you today in this wonderful event. My name is Luis Francisco Galarraga Benavides, and I represent the Military Geographic Institute, where the official cartography of Ecuador is generated. Today, I will briefly present the project called RUPO, which is an international country collaboration. It proposes to generate evidence for environmental management and decision-making. GeoTierra Ecuador is leading the first implementation of this initiative. This demonstrates Ecuador's commitment and leadership in sharing geospatial information and promoting international cooperation to reduce ocean plastic pollution. Next, please. The methodology combines official data, geographic information system, and spatial modeling. Through geospatial intelligence, we can identify the pathways followed by plastic waste and determine areas with greater environmental risk. This approach transforms official data into practical information that supports environmental planning, monitoring, and policy development. Next, please. One of the strongest aspects of RUPO is collaboration. Government, institution, academia, international organization, and local communities work together. The idea is very simple. When we share information and knowledge, we can transform official data into real environmental solutions. Next, please. Our mapping approach uses satellite imagery, aerial imagery, and geographic information systems. With this technology, we can identify critical hotspots when plastic accumulates. This information helps prioritize action and resources in the areas with greatest impact. At the same time, strategic partnerships are essential because solving plastic pollution requires collaboration between different sectors and institutions. The initiative expects to expand to more than 50 coastal communities affected by the plastic pollution. In addition, RUPO supports the long-term goal of significantly reducing ocean plastic pollution by the year 2030. The project combines science, technology, and cooperation to generate measurable environmental impact. Next, please. For more information about the initiative and opportunity for collaboration, please contact Open Ocean Global or GeoTierra Ecuador. We believe that through collaboration, geospatial intelligence, and shared responsibilities, we can build cleaner and healthier oceans for future generations. As a final point, I want to thank to my Colonel Hugo Avilés, the Dr. Marta Villagomez, and Ricardo Elizalde in Ecuador for all of the support in this project. Thank you very much for your attention.
Any question from you? We have one. Please use the micro. Use the micro.
Nice presentation. My name is Genki Trauchi. I'm from Japan. I'm a oceanographer, and I did not see any dot in our island. Is this how do we get involved in this nice program?
As we tell in the presentation, you can contact us as IGM of Ecuador or Open Ocean with Carl.
Thank you.
Later, I can share my contact or Carl his contact, please.
Yeah, because we have a very active program in our region, and I was just wondering, like, how many. I'm pretty sure there will be so many dots in your platform because there are so many people working in our region.
We're always happy to learn about more, and we recognize that we aren't the experts. The experts are in local regions throughout the country. And we hope our platform will be a valuable tool to bring more people together to help us solve the problem, help you all solve the problem. Thank you. Look forward to meeting you afterwards.
Thank you very much. Any other question? Yes, Michele.
Curious to know what is the spatial resolution you need to detect the plastic? I guess VHR, but probably even more than VHR.
We are using everything from local knowledge to satellite technology. Some of it just, basically scanning areas that are high likelihood of plastic to see what we can literally visually see. We continue to look and would welcome any thoughts from the audience of new and emerging technologies that would allow us to, with technology, to actually provide different sources than we currently have.
So thanks a lot. If there is no more question, we can make a round of applause for all the speakers of this afternoon and session, and for the technical stuff that was around us. And please take the time from the coffee break to start the discussion.
Thank you. Oh, both ways.
Somebody will have to try it.
Gila or Susie, can you unmute and test your sound so we can try it?
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Okay. Great, that worked great. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Angelica Gutierrez, and I'm the director of GeoGLOS, the Global Water Sustainability Flagship. Welcome to our session, From Earth Intelligence to Water Security Action. So I want to introduce, I will be your master of ceremonies today, and I want to introduce the first speaker, Dr. Jim Nelson. He's professor at Brigham Young University at the Civil and Construction Engineering in the United States, and he's also the director of partnerships for GeoGLOS. Jim?
Thank you, Angelica. It's great to be here. Thank you for everybody that's come. And I really want to thank everyone, those who are here, but also those who are not, that have been part of the GeoGLOS story over the last several years. We aim to enable individuals and organizations to solve local water challenges with global water intelligence. And this began in 2014. I came to the GEO Ministerial Summit here in Geneva, where 90 governments had just renewed GEO's mandate for another decade. Dr. David Maidman introduced me to colleagues from the WMO, from the JRC, from ECMWF. We were working on data sharing, and with them, we started asking a simple question. What if we could take the global gridded runoff data produced by ECMWF, map it to watersheds, route it through rivers, and then provide that data to those who needed it most? Well, a year later, as part of the National Flood Interoperability Experiment put on by NOAA, those pieces began to come together. During that experiment, led by Dr. David Maidman and hosted at the National Water Center, a group of BYU student researchers, we took on that task to test the idea of using that global runoff data. And it worked magnificently. We simulated every major river. There were almost 3 million river segments. And in every basin, we produced a 40-year historical simulation and a daily 15-day forecast. Once we saw that could work on the US hydrography and river network, we realized that it could work for anywhere, for anyone, anywhere in the world. Later at the first AmeriGeo Week in Cartagena, Angelica, where I first met her, invited me to present an early prototype of that work in regions outside the United States. I would later learn that much of the path that had led me to that meeting, she had already been building and standing up through her part in standing up the NOAA National Water Center, in helping to write the GEOS water strategy, and organizing under US GEO and co-authoring that 2014 GEOS water strategy. We had an idea that we could do this on every river, and Angelica had a vision that could see it, what it could mean. Together with Brad Dorn from NASA and other partners across the AmeriGeo community, they wrote the first GeoGlows work program activity, launching the initiative, its mission, structure, and institutional backing. At the 2015 Geoplenary in Mexico City, Steve Cope from Esri saw the future and declared that soon it might serve every area that lacked hydrological intelligence. Steve became one of our earliest champions, and Esri's commitment to hosting our global mapping services has been foundational to the flagship GeoGlow service and the river forecast system. In 2017, NASA's Earth Division allocated funding for 32 projects in support of GEO, and GeoGlows became one of them. The funding propelled us from prototype to operational global system. Later that year at the GeoGlows meeting in Tuscaloosa, Nagaraja Harshadeep from the World Bank challenged us, can you do this on every river in the world? He recognized our hydrologic modeling as a service, as a disruptive technology, and how it would change hydrologic services. We took that challenge seriously, and today GeoGlows RFS covers river reaches worldwide. It produces that daily 15-day forecast and an 85-year plus retrospective simulation. Our forecasts are built on the ECMWF data and live on the AWS as part of their open data program. And our system handles thousands of river requests daily. As amazing as this all is, the part we're proudest of isn't the technology, it's the people it serves. The GeoGlows RFS has been implemented in several countries. In Nepal, it drives DHM's national bulletin. In Ecuador, INAMI has integrated with a flash flood guidance and drought alerts. In Malawi, after a community flood early warning system was deployed, the local Red Cross reported 0 lives lost, where in previous years people had been caught without time to respond and losses more severe. We're entering a new chapter with support from Google.org and the reemergence of the Severe Hubs as a global collaborative. We're moving from a research-based project to a sustained service, building impact, feedback loops, expanding into groundwater and flood mapping, and deepening regional partnerships. None of this has happened alone. NASA and NOAA helped fund the science. ECMWF provides the forecast. Esri, AWS, Aquaveo, and others donate their infrastructure. The World Bank pushed us to think bigger. Severe opened doors across 3 continents. The WMO has helped us scale so that Hydromet and other water agencies from Quito to Kathmandu can rely on GeoGlow services to aid in solving critical water challenges like early warnings for all. Water intelligence is what we build. Confidence to act is what we deliver. We ask the GEO principals, donors, and decision makers in this room help us keep delivering life-saving water intelligence to the underserved communities that need it most. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jim. Water security is not a humanitarian issue alone. It's also an economical one, and there's no other institution who understand that intersection of investment, risk, and economic better than the World Economic Forum. So allow me to introduce Valentin Golubchenko, lead for Planetary Solutions Strategy at the WEF.
Can you hear me okay? Yeah. All right, good afternoon. I'm sure it's been a very productive day already. Better now? Okay. Thanks for the invitation, Angelica, I really appreciate it. Today, I want to make a simple argument. Water security is not only an environmental issue, it is global economic security. Every sector depends on water, every supply chain touches water, and most global major risks we are facing today are intensified by water insecurity. So if we could just So let's start with a simple fact. The global economy runs on water. We often think of it as a natural resource, but in practice, it is the infrastructure behind most systems we rely on, from food to energy, health, manufacturing, and trade. Agriculture is, of course, the most obvious example, with about 72% of global freshwater withdrawals. But it's only the beginning. Water also cools down our power plants. It supports hydropower. It enables mining and materials operations, and it's critical for industrial production. It also underpins our public health. In 2024, 2.2 billion people still lacked safely managed drinking water, and 3.4 billion lacked safely managed sanitation. So this is why this presentation is framed as an economic security issue, because if water systems fall, economic systems do not remain isolated. They actually absorb the shock. This brings us to the value of water. So one of the most striking figures I've seen in recent years comes from the WWF's High Cost of Cheap Water report. It estimates that the annual economic value of water and freshwater ecosystems is about $58 trillion, which is equivalent to roughly 60% of global GDP. What's important about this number is not just the size of it, it's what it breaks down into. Because yes, we can already think about the direct economic benefits, so that's the water used for households, agriculture, and industry, but that's only estimated at 7.5 trillion. The rest of it, about 50 trillion, is actually less visible benefits. Water purification, soil health, carbon storage, and others. That tells us something important. It tells us that most of water's value is not priced in conventional markets, and we often pay for the delivery of it, but not for the systems that make it available, clear, and reliable in the first place. So the economic case is clear. Water resilience is not a cost center, it's a value protection strategy, and increasingly, it's becoming a growth strategy. This is where I'd like to say a few words about our global risk report. So you may know that every year we draw on insights from more than 1,300 experts worldwide, and we ask them to assess risk across 5 major categories: economic, environmental, geopolitical, societal, and technological. And we do that across immediate, 2-year, and 10-year horizons. Water is not necessarily listed as a standalone risk in every category, but it's really deeply interlinked with at least 4 of the 5. So first, economical. Droughts, floods, and pollution disrupt production, they raise the costs, and they create volatility across supply chains. Water scarcity in one basin can affect food prices, energy reliability, and industrial outputs far beyond that basin. Second, societal. Water insecurity directly impacts health, livelihoods, and education. And when people lack safe water or sanitation, the effects show up in lost productivity, school absenteeism, and social tension. Third, geopolitical. Of course, water does not respect borders. Many of the world's major basins and aquifers are shared across countries. And when the availability declines, cooperation can be strained. And then finally, of course, environmental risk. Water is how we perceive many climate and nature risks, right? Whether it could be through too much water, not enough of it, or water in the wrong place and at the wrong time. So this is why water shocks cascade. A drought can reduce crop yields, which affects food prices. It can also reduce hydropower generation, which affects energy markets. It can force industries to stop operations, which affects job and supply chains. And it can increase social tensions, especially when communities, governments, and companies are competing for the same resource. Similarly, floods damage infrastructure, they disrupt logistics, they trigger insurance losses, but pollution also cascades. Once a river or aquifer is contaminated, the impact can move through agriculture, drinking water systems, and ecosystems. So that's the key point. Water risk is systemic risk. And because it is systemic, it cannot be managed only at the level of a single asset, company, or ministry. A company can make its own facility more efficient, but if the basin is failing, the company is still exposed. A city can build flood defenses that work on their own, but if upstream land use is ignored, the risk continues to accumulate. And that's why we need to manage water not only as a utility input, but as a shared system across industries, jurisdictions, and time horizons. So our Water Futures initiatives identifies 5 pathways to strengthen water resilience. The first one is holistic water evaluation. What that means is really recognizing the full value of it, not just its market price, but its role in ecosystems, health, and avoided losses. Second is fit for purpose finance, which means matching the financial tool to the problem. Some water investments need public finance, some need blended finance, some need only private capital, and most of them need mechanisms that reward long-term resilience. Third, sustain basin level partnerships. That means working at the level where water actually moves the basin. This requires companies, governments, and communities working at coordinating around shared risk and shared outcomes. Fourth, adaptive governance, which really means governance that can respond to changing hydrology, climate uncertainty, and new data when it comes in, rather than relying only on historical averages. And finally, what we call the policy innovation nexus, as a forum speech, means creating the conditions for new technologies, business models, and policies to reinforce each other. So this framework is powerful because it makes clear that water resilience is not a single intervention, it is actually a system of actions. That's where Earth intelligence becomes essential. If water resilience is the goal, Earth intelligence is the operating system that helps us understand where the risks are emerging, how they are connected, and where action will have the greatest effect. So for example, for holistic water valuation, Earth intelligence helps us make the invisible visible. Satellite data, hydrological models, and ecosystem monitoring can reveal the condition and resilience of water-dependent ecosystems. And that allows decision makers in particular to value not only water extraction, but also natural infrastructure. For fit-for-purpose finances, Earth intelligence improves risk assessment. So investors and insurance need better information on drought exposure, flood risk, and water quality, and better data can really reduce uncertainty and make resilience investments more bankable. On the basin level partnership side of things, it is all about creating a shared evidence base. One of the hardest parts of collective action is that different actors often work with different data, they work with different assumptions, and sometimes different incentives. Basin level intelligence can really help align them around the same picture of risk and opportunity. And when it comes to adaptive governance, Earth intelligence enables more dynamic and informed decision-making. Water governance based only on historical records is no longer enough because the baseline is shifting due to climate change. So real-time and predictive data can really help governments shift from their reactive crisis management to proactive planning. And then finally, for policy innovation nexus, it's about measuring what works. So the UN's SDG 6 assessment explicitly notes the role of innovations such as citizen science and satellite-based Earth observation in helping bridge water quality data gaps. So overall, Earth intelligence allows us to make better decisions by connecting observations from space, sensors on the ground, and economic data into one integrating decision support system. In other words, if water is the foundation of economic security, Earth intelligence is how we see, manage, and protect that foundation. So let me close by going back to my initial message. Water security is global economic security because water is the invisible infrastructure behind growth, trade, and human development. The challenge is that we have treated it for a long time as cheap, local, and abundant, when in reality, it's becoming valuable, systemic, and increasingly volatile. We can change that. We can value water more holistically. We can finance resilience. We can build basin-level partnerships. We can govern adaptively. And we can use Earth intelligence to turn fragmented data into shared action. So the call to action is really simple. Secure water and we secure growth, secure water and we strengthen resilience, secure water and we can protect the economic foundations upon which our communities, our companies, and our countries are built. Thank you.
Thank you, Valentin. So we have heard the economic case for water. Now let's see what it looks like when a global model hits the ground and changes decisions. So the next two presentations, we have two deployments from opposite sides of the world. First, we will have Youssef Shankay from Ecociencia and Inami, who will talk about the case of Ecuador. One country, one institutional cascade, and a drought that tested everything.
Okay, you listen me? Yes? Hi, see? Today I will present summary of the implementation and impact of the INAMI GeoGlows platform in Ecuador. So it's about how global models become a national service for decision making. So before, thanks, please, or I can pass. Okay, before the INAMI GeoGlows platform, the National Institute for Meteorology and Hydrology of Ecuador have major gaps. The first one is the limited hydrometeorological monitoring by by 2021, only 18 hydrological stations were operational nationwide. But the hydrological forecast was difficult also because Ecuador have a complex topography and hydroclimatic conditions, and this creates highly diverse hydrological regimes. For example, we have vast Andean basins, or large Amazon basins, or flood-prone coastal areas. And the third one is the limited computing capacity. Servers have enough power for only a small number of model ROM, sometimes only one worth ROM per day. And finally, INAMI has limited capacity to maintain outcomes for collaborative projects that after they end. So the challenge was clear. Ecuador needed a platform for hydrometeorological forecasting that was operational, national, and sustainable. In this regard, within the Servir Amazonía initiative, in collaboration with CIAT, Brigham Young University, and Ecociencia Foundation, we co-developed this platform. Co-developed means that the platform was built together with INAMI, considering and mapping its real needs, operational needs. The first step was understand these needs. The features were defined around INAMI daily priorities. For example, monitoring rivers, checking rainfall, visualizing forecasts, validating warnings, and communicating information. The second step was the co-design. The development was done side by side with dynamic technical staff. This was very important because the platform had to be useful for the people who will use it every day. The third step was the user feedback. Users regularly test the tool and recommend improvements. This helped improve the platform in practical ways. And the first step was the continuous update. Technically, the platform integrate GeoGlows river forecast system with the INAMI station data, hydrological station data, satellite-based precipitation products. This is a scheme of how the platform is implemented. We have several products, satellite-based products, GeoGlows river forecast systems, and the goal was to transform the global information into locally relevant hydrological data for decision making. After the platform was launched in 2022, INAMI adopted it as national owned operational service. This changed the platform role. It was no longer only a technical tool. It becomes a way for INAMI to deliver hydrometeorological information to other institutions faster and more efficiently. This process was supported by a strong capacity building. Since 2022, more than 13 in-person and virtual training sessions were conducted. More and more than 450 technical staff were trained nationwide. The information of the GeoGlows was adopted by the Risk Management Secretariat, integrated into the 2 national monitoring rooms and 80 provincial units. Around 14 validated cases, the GeoGlows-based warning cases in 2024 in the wet season of the 2024. Thanks. But the institutional cascade include the energy crisis during 2024 in Ecuador. Hydrological reports based on the GeoGlows information were sent to the presidents, and this information was used to support decision on daily electricity rationing and wildfire monitorings. The platform incorporated real-time hotspot and fire conditions monitoring modules, and the Ministry of the Environment presented its publicity as the strategic prevention tools. And also another institutional use was the education, the Ministry of the Education, because the plan for informed decision on the start of the classes in the coastal region, that is a region that present flood every years. Next. The lessons, the lessons in the INAMI GeoGlows platform was the Ecuadorian experience shows that the global models do not create impact on their own. Impact happens when data is translated, validated, owned, and used by national institutions for decision making. And how we do it? With real need mapping, with co-design and continuous feedback of the user of the platform. And the institutional commitments matters because the future of the water security is not only about better forecasts, but also about countries being able to own and act those forecasts. Thank you very much. This is my presentation. Sorry for my English.
Thank you, Yusef. Our next presentation comes from Virendra Paracharya from EC Mode, and he's going to take us to the Hindu Kush Himalayas, where the challenges crosses borders and the rivers don't ask for permission.
So while my presentation is being loaded, not this one, I guess.
No.
This is the template. I said, it's the wrong one.
Oh, no.
Yeah. How do I move the slides? Okay, next one. Good afternoon. As Jim mentioned, we're the first hub who were privileged to test the model outside US. And then that time we were mainly working in the flood was one of the major issues in our region. And then most of our preparedness was very low. So most of the response to floods was more reactive. Once the flood is there, generally all the agencies started to act on it. So with this GeoGlows, with the stream flow prediction tool, we used to call that time, provided a very promising tool that we could really improve the forecasting from 2 to 5 days to more than 15 days to 15 days, as well as also can fill the gaps where the stations, hydrological stations were very scarce in the region. So any hydrological modeling was kind of very challenging task for our region. And also another challenge is the lack of upstream information, discharge data. Although precipitation, rainfall data are quite easily available, the discharge data is considered kind of sensitive data, and the countries really didn't share those discharge data sets. So this also provided a very promising supplement to the gap in our region. So how we started is like Survey. That time we were working as a Survey edge case hub, and then BYU's was one of our applied science team leads. So based on the same methodology, we were able to customize it, and we targeted for 3 countries, Nepal, Bangladesh, and Bhutan. And then we also engaged very closely with the national hydromet agencies so that they adopt it in their forecasting system. And also we developed the online platforms using Tethys, which again supported by BYU, and we were able to design a very user-friendly interfaces so that we can also convince our partners. And that way, the Flood Forecasting Center in Bangladesh, their request was again to get the data on the boundaries of the Bangladesh border so that they can feed that into their own national model and improve the forecast. And that was one of the kind of unconventional application of this model. Similarly, we also developed the community mobile apps for the community so that they could see the water level rising or the discharge of their east segment in Bangladesh. And then for all these, capacity building was one of the major component where even our national partners were staying overnight to attend the trainings that were conducted by Jim's team. So it was a kind of very close co-development and collaborative effort that time. So based on that, one was again covering the whole edge case region. We had this stream flow prediction tool. And then also what we found is like, this is not a perfect solution. So even in the smaller watersheds in the upstream of upstream rivers, it was not so, the results were not so good. That was the kind of feedback we got. So we used the same methods, the same approaches, and then Jim helped us to develop another system on flash flood, mainly focusing on the smaller watersheds. And that was one of the most popular application, which is adopted at the community level with agencies like Red Cross and National Disaster Management authorities. So that was again another application that we were able to develop because of this collaboration. And also like our African colleagues will also highlight it. We were also able to support it, to integrate it in community-based early warning system in Malawi, which was again another example of how the same platform can be used in multiple ways. What we see is like currently we have seen that now it is a kind of a global platform where it is available to all, accessible to all, and they can use those information. But again, we still see a lot of opportunities in the region. This geographical scoping, scaling is very easy because you can easily replicate in other countries. And also we see a lot of these possibilities. For example, flood inundation is another gap that we are seeing in our region. So if we can relate this discharge data from the rivers to the inundation, mainly in the southern part of Nepal, in Bangladesh, in northern India, and also in Pakistan, there's larger Indus areas, it will be a very useful tool so that we can go for impact-based forecasting. We can forecast those communities. We can alarm those communities who are in danger of potential floods. So this will be a very important addition, and we definitely would like to see what is possible and what is feasible. Another is again water allocation for agriculture, and also for the hydropower. This is again the low flow kind of applications because we normally focus on floods, but again, it also has equal potential for low flow applications, especially in Nepal, where many hydropower projects are depend on the run of the river model. So for them, discharge in the river streams are very important information. So if they can know that what they can expect in coming week and coming 10 days, this will be a very important tool for them, even to manage their power trade that we have, cross-border power trade with India and Nepal. So this is also in demand, and we see a lot of additional potential which can benefit not only to the communities but also to the countries as a whole for the economic development for countries. So with this, I would like to see that again, Survey Global Collaborative reorganizing itself, and also we're opening a lot of opportunities for new potentials and new probabilities and new partnerships. Thank you.
Thank you, Virendra. So now we heard from model to deployment. And now the harder question is, what does it make water intelligence actionable across institutions, across borders, and across sectors? So for this, we have a panel, and I'm going to be introducing each of the panels. So as I call you, please come to the front. First one is our moderator, Pete Epachin, who will keep us on time. We have at the table also Tanya Gascon from the WMO, leading early warning systems across Africa. Pink Merchai Ida from ADPC and the Servier Network, Southeast Asia, bringing the operational reality from the Asia Pacific. Gila Loike is a product manager at Google. She's going to be joining us online. Susie Vanks de Piento is a senior manager also at google.org, where she leads philanthropic investment that put Google's technology and resources in service of the community that need them most. And finally, but not least, Maria Carreño Lindelian, senior water governance officer at IUCN, bringing the governance lens that ties all together. Yours.
Thank you, Angelica, and thank you to my panelists, both here in the room and online. So again, my name is Pete Epanchin. I'm with Signal. One of the exciting things that I get to do is to work with the Servier Network, including some of the panelists that we have and some of the people that you've heard previously in the implementation of GeoGlows. And as Angelica introduced this panel, this is really about this one central question around what makes water intelligence actionable across institutions. And so we have an amazing amount of data at our fingertips. It seems like it grows every day. Earth observation advances, forecasting advances, environmental data, and pairing that with this explosive emergence of incredibly powerful tools. These are all just absolutely amazing resources at our fingertips, and yet these tools and data alone don't result in action. There's some really important missing pieces along the way. Action happens when institutions trust the information, when they integrate it into their decision-making processes to enable human behavior change and to enable action, when systems are invested in, and when we work across sectors and scales. And so we heard some really great examples, both in the South Asia context as well as in Ecuador just a moment ago. And so we're going to move today's conversation really in a structured way from the human reality of the various challenges, including missing forecast information, to where the rubber hits the road with operational evidence in the field and the conditions that are needed in order to incite investment and spur that on and to bring our work to scale. So what I think will be exciting as we have this conversation is to be able to move into thinking about some opportunities that can come from this. What are some practical next steps to help us bring the science into operation? How does the philanthropy fit inside of this? Climate finance to support the work that's being done, ultimately driving impact with actionable information and data. So as Angelica has already introduced this amazing panel, we will just go ahead and jump right in, and I'm going to start with you, Tanya. So Tanya, again, was with the WMO, leading the climate risk and early warning systems for West Africa and Central Africa. So you work inside the WMO's cruise program, and working in Western and Central Africa, one of the most vulnerable, underserved, exposed regions, climate vulnerable, exposed regions in the world. What does it look like on the ground when a community or government doesn't have reliable river forecast information? And what decisions simply can't be made in those contexts?
Thank you, Pete, for this question. So, first of all, thank you very much for the invitation to this panel session. So, that is a great question, Peter. So, to ensure early warning system is critical that all related early warning pillars are equally improved. It means disaster reduction, detection, observation, monitoring, forecasting, warning dissemination, communication, preparedness, and response. In case of lacking river forecasting, basically the early warning system chain is not working. So in case of possible river flood occurrence, the flood warning decisions should be taken based on adequate riverine flow forecasting. It means the forecasts that are tailored to with using local data. That is critical. Use local data to improve forecasting. So that is going to help and is going to facilitate warning decisions and with enough time, preparedness and disaster preparedness and response. So to assist population and reduce the flood impact. As you indicate, one of my focus areas is Central Africa. So it's a region in which the WMO, Trough Cruise projects, and other projects are working in this moment to improve the capability of flow forecasting and warning service. So allow me to provide you an example. In May 2024, cities from Burundi and Democratic Republic of Congo were impacted by devastating flooding due to seasonal increase of water level that were exceptionally increased around 2 meters above average. So studies carried out by the Laboratoire d'études géophysiques et océanographiques spatiales, called LEGO in France, show that from April, so the monitoring of water levels was requiring attention, and nobody was aware about the situation. So especially the National Meteorological and Hydrological Service. So what happened is that in May, so the cities are around Burundi and Democratic Republic of Congo, so the experiment very sad flooding that left more than 200 people affected, including several people died and thousands of displaced people. So in this area, so WMO in this moment is currently improving the capability of having flow forecasting and early warning system. So, but to come back to your question, what decisions cannot be made if we don't have reliable forecaster? So if you don't have reliable forecaster, we cannot advance them. We cannot provide tailored information for early warning, and disaster risk management cannot efficiently adequate the preparedness and response measures.
Thank you, Tanya. Thank you, Tanya, and thank you for sharing that example with us. Definitely highlights the critical nature of having local forecasts so that actionable information can be taken. Pin, I'd like to go to you. So Pin is with ADPC, the Asian Disaster Preparedness Center, one of our colleagues also working with the East Asia and Pacific Severe Hub. So you've been part of deploying GeoGlows operationally across Southeast Asia. And I'd love for you to tell us and share with us a specific decision that occurred by a specific institution or community that was different because of the GeoGlows intervention that they were able to access. What was done that was different than had they not been able to have this information?
Thank you so much, Pete, and nice to meet you all. So I would like to share an example of the success by applying the GeoGlows in the Southeast Asia. Actually, it's linked with the project that currently we work together with IUCN as well, got the funded support by EGIS. The things that happened was in the Southeast Asia. Now, the case that I want to talk about is in Thailand. So the northern of Thailand or the southern of Thailand, before that, we try to raise up awareness about the impact of the consequence of the climate change. And those kind of a sudden flood or landslides going to happen more frequent. But because of they did not really face that much in those areas that we are working on. So at first, they did not really pay attention. Even we share the informations like from GeoGlows. But then 2024, right after the project kicked off, and we keep talking, raise up awareness, then boom, it was like continuously typhoons that hitting the northern of Thailand. And it was suddenly create a huge flood that impact to the capital of the city of that province. Then because of the upstream is Myanmar, which we lack of the informations. Then during those time, we start to kind of like work together with the local governance, like provincial administrative organizations, also the local irrigation department, like water stakeholders together, and then introduce them of these alternative open source data, work hand in hand together. And then with that kind of like build the trust. Because to be frank with you, the governments, basically they trust their own data, their models, the stations, informations. But for the stream flow data, we lack of the station to provide this information. So that's why GeoGlows has become like a main data source that they start to see the importance of it. So then from there, the last monsoon season, after they work together also with the communities, they decide the thresholds and then use the return period from the upstream from Myanmar, verify together with the flood model that we set together. And that showed the promising results. And that's why, because of that big flood, that they would like to prepare beforehand. So the recent monsoon last year, they used these GeoGlows from the upstream, work together with the local models and stations, different sector come together, monitor during the monsoons. It started around June last year. So then that helped them to kind of like make a better decision to release the water through the wheel before it's gonna really reach out to the riverbank and then again have the same consequence from the 2024. And with that, it start to raise up awareness of the important, because of nowadays in the Southeast Asia, the consequence of the transboundary river basins, that lack of the information start to play a huge impact of the damage and loss. And I think that's opportunities for the Earth observation informations work together with the informations from the governments and together also with the citizen science, because we found during our work is that even though the provincial authorizations try to provide these informations that I just speak about, but community couldn't understand. So that's why we bring them on board together and then try to develop the threshold classifications to match different need, I would say. And that's create like awareness of the decision makers to use the forecast informations to take action before disaster happened. Alongside with that, on the planning, the GEO Growth, we use it to run different that return period, right? And that helped to kind of like we show this to the Department of Disaster Mitigation and help them to kind of like improve their plan to cope with perhaps extreme scenarios better. And link with the IUCNs, that kind of scenarios we also use to identify the nature-based solutions within that northern and southern of Thailand to identify the suitable NBS measures to cope with that kind of like extreme scenario as well. So that's kind of like a success story that we see that the informations, these transitions could save life and reduce the damage on the ground. Yeah, Pete, over.
Thank you so much, Pin. Preparedness, transboundary information, ultimately resulting in life-saving action. I'd like to turn to Gila, who is online joining us. Gila works at the intersection of science and technology for the Google research team and using that to deliver human impact. Hello, Gila. So Google Research works to make flood intelligence available to authorities and communities that need it most. This is similar with what GeoGlows does. And I'm wondering, when you look at which partners come to the table, what excites you most about what these types of partnerships can really unlock?
Thanks, Pete. Nice to see those of you that I could see. Apologies for joining remotely. I'm sorry I can't be there in person. So as you mentioned, Pete, my work focuses on melding technology and science in ways that benefit people and can have impact worldwide. And the floods forecasting team, where I work most closely, has been using machine learning and AI models to predict floods before they occur. Today, our models provide riverine and flash flood forecasts around the world. And so at Google, what we're always interested in doing is giving information to individuals when they come to us to find out what's happening. And especially during times of crisis, this is really important. However, that's really not sufficient. We recognize the critical importance of having our forecasts available, easily accessible, and adoptable by local authorities. Authorities possess critical local expertise, regional knowledge, the ability to react quickly, and more directly aid their communities and populations. So both from a research and a scientific perspective, we actually saw partnering with GeoGlows as an opportunity to both help GeoGlows expand its forecasting to new areas by integrating some of our forecasting AI models, but also to enable scaling crisis resilience efforts to support the early warnings for all effort, especially for NMHSs and communities that traditionally lack high-level technical and data resources. So ultimately, this helps us at Google move towards the goal of building an ecosystem where models can be coupled in order to increase reach, scale, and efficiency. And some of the work that everyone here has already been talking about really speaks to that. The ability of GeoGlows to get to the folks that need it, to have the impact, and to really help in all the ways that giving successful forecasts can move the needle.
Thank you, Gila. And that is a perfect setup for our next panelist, Susie, who's with google.org. We heard about the availability and accessibility and adaptability of information by local partners from Gila. And google.org has made a generous investment into GeoGlows. And that investment seems like it was motivated not just by the technology, but going further than that to think about some of those points that Gila was raising. So what was it about GeoGlows and their work on the ground that made this really become the right place for philanthropic investment?
Thank you. Thanks so much. Thanks, everyone. So happy to be here again. Sorry couldn't make it in person, but really enjoyed and hearing what everyone has been saying today. And I think the goal really of my talking points here is really to talk about why philanthropic capital here, and why GeoGlows became an interest to Google.org. At Google.org, our North Star is really ensuring that these mature cutting edge AI models don't exist just in a vacuum and just serve kind of commercial ends, which have very much a purpose, but they must actively kind of benefit and reach vulnerable communities that really need it the most. By providing flexible philanthropic funding, we really allow technical teams like GeoGlows to really build, iterate, and kind of stabilize systems without the pressure of this like commercialization that makes it a perfect vehicle for kind of a global sustainability initiative. And really, as Gila just mentioned, there are this like huge power of these AI breakthroughs. We've seen incredible leaps at Google with AI-driven flood forecasting, kind of using machine learning to kind of predict these kind of extreme weather events. This kind of unprecedented accuracy and lead time in these, even in these really data scarce regions. Now, what we wanted to do with our philanthropic initiative with GeoGlows is really kind of bridge this gap between AI models developed and also the operational tools that are running reliably inside global networks like GeoGlows, kind of what we're calling like operationalizing AI. We believe at Google.org that the world is better together. And we know that these AI models shouldn't live in isolation. And the really real breakthrough happens when we couple these advanced AI models directly with GeoGlows' foundational kind of hydrological frameworks. By overlaying these kind of AI predictive power that is consistently being improved upon onto GeoGlows' robust physics kind of base river network models, we think that this best of both of these worlds. We have these lightning fast pattern recognition of machine learning kind of paired with these deep structural reliability of kind of traditional earth science. It kind of gives forecasters earlier warnings and kind of sharper accuracy. Also for us, investing in GeoGlows' open infrastructure really gives the technical scale that Google.org makes a priority across our investments. We know, and that's really the technical side, but we really know that the real magic happens on the ground. The flood forecasts are only as useful as a local official understands it, trusts it, and knows how to use it and how to work with it against their own water priorities. Our goal is to not just drop global models into regions and just walk away. We know that true sustainability really relies on working side by side with local communities to train stakeholders, ingest local data, and customize tools for their specific watersheds. And we, working with GeoGlows and working closely with our partners inside Google with Gila, we knew that GeoGlows really had all the components that we were looking for to kind of fund these types of innovations that we're looking for on the ground. Now, the training and the localized workshop and capacity building are what really turn water insights and AI predictions into this kind of like sticky, trusted, everyday decision-making tools. And our goal was really to invest in the people just as much as we're investing in the code. And we really found those two things really merging together when we were funding GeoGlows.
Thanks so much, Susie. The power of technology, the power of the models, but that's not enough. The ability to deliver impact at scale and to have all of the right relationships for uptake. I love it. Let's go to Maria with IUCN, working at the intersection of freshwater governance and ecosystem conservation. So Maria, IUCN sits at the intersection of freshwater ecosystem management, nature-based solutions, water governance, and that's increasingly where climate finance is flowing. How does river forecast intelligence connect to IUCN's work on environmental flows, freshwater conservation, and nature-based solutions investments? Are you seeing opportunities for new partnerships or areas where we need to crowd in more?
Thank you. Thank you for the question, and also thank you for the invitation to speak here today. So as you mentioned, IUCN is a global membership union, so we bring together government, civil society, science and practice to advance conservation and sustainable development. In freshwater, that means we work not only on ecosystems, but we also work on the governance systems, the institutions and the investment pathways that determine whether rivers, aquifers, wetlands and basins are managed sustainably. So we, as you said, we implement a large portfolio, particularly also freshwater governance projects. And I want to sort of take us into a little bit how we can use this type of data in the governance work that we use, particularly with the background that we have and with links to our growing GEF portfolio that works in international waters and also links very well with the story from Pin here. So we have worked since 2011 through our Building River Dialogue and Governance program, which work on transboundary basins, building trust, strengthening institutions and supporting agreements with the key to move cooperation from principle to practice. And data for that is not an accessory, it's a governance issue. So for us, we look at effective water governance as a dependent on the shared understanding of the resource. Therefore, in transboundary basins, as several of the colleagues here have mentioned, countries often rely on different data sets, models, monitoring capacities, or incomplete information, which can lead to competing narratives around the water available, the risks, environmental flows, allocation, and important infrastructure. Hydrological data, such as data from GeoGlows, is therefore not just technical, but it's part of the architecture of cooperation. And without the credible and mutually understood information, these governance processes will remain fragile. Agreements between countries will be harder to implement, and the basin organizations will struggle to play their convening role. It'd be difficult to operationalize nature-based solutions, and this were in a way that really reflects the hydrological variability and the risks. However, as we've seen, hydrological data can be politically sensitive, particularly in transboundary settings, because it shapes allocation decisions, perceptions of natural water security, infrastructure planning, and upstream and downstream dynamics. And there's also, as we said, technical asymmetries, as some countries have stronger hydromet systems, denser monitoring networks, and more advanced modeling capacity. So, and then you mentioned this, for us, data sharing tends to follow trust. It rarely precedes it. You need the trust to be able to share the data. So that means that the river forecasting and intelligence cannot simply be introduced as a technical fix, but it can provide a practical entry point for a joint analysis, shared interpretation, and confidence building. So this is where we see that platforms such as the GeoGlobe will become highly relevant, because it provides a neutral, globally consistent, and openly accessible river forecasting and stream flow intelligence, and create this technical reference point that's common, especially where national data sets are uneven or difficult to share. And this can support several governance functions, which we sort of encompass in our governance programs, such as the shared baseline for dialogue, improved flood and drought preparedness, stronger technical credibility for basin organizations, better integration of e-flows into planning and operations, and the stronger design of nature-based solutions for climate adaptation, improved planning for combined natural and built infrastructure. So it sort of provides that independent layer of river intelligence that can help countries ask better questions together, in terms of rather shifting the discussion from whose data is right to what does this shared evidence suggest that we need to manage together. So yes, I think there's opportunity to write these type of projects into the type of work we do. We've seen the examples from the presentation here in the Mekong, but I think the key here is not to frame it as a technology project, but as a governance and adaptation project enabled by river intelligence. So you can see it as sort of two pathways, either looking at governance and data integration for transboundary cooperation, where you position river forecasting tools as technical support to basin dialogue, joint analysis, early warning, and institutional strengthening to help basin organizations play a more active and evidence-based role, and also as river intelligence for ecosystem-based adaptation. So you can use that forecasting to strengthen e-flows, wetland management, and NBS, and climate resilient basin planning, which is clear relevance for the GCF and GEF type of investment projects that we're looking at. So the key is to connect this river intelligence to the governance outcomes. Yeah, and that's where we see sort of the interlinkages. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. I really appreciate your optimism of international cooperation for human and natural resource conservation for those outcomes. We are really short on our time. Do we have a moment to ask the audience for a question? Okay, one question from the audience. I have a whole list of questions for my panelists, but I'd love to hear from you. Oh yeah, please go ahead.
Hi, Mark Denman with the World Resources Institute. Fascinating conversation here, and I'm learning a lot more about the application of GeoGlows. It's really a great model for what we're seeing as I'm seeing like the growth of it, right? And I'd love to maybe hear some more about, because I think, lessons learned here about the scalability and how this could be applied not only to river, but other kind of water intelligence for other groundwater and other surface area and green water and blue water, et cetera. But trying to wrap up like two follow-up questions is like the application I'm seeing, and if I'm hearing correctly, is around one element is for like the monitoring and compliance across different user groups, for community groups, for governments, for companies of what's actually happening in the river systems. So monitoring, and the second is on planning and design, and those can be for future investments and river basin organizations. It's a lot of complexity to tackle in there, and then now there's a lot of pressure and interest made from different groups of the use of AI, and we got to use it now. And there's a lot of it's like urgency around to do this. So what would be interested in your thoughts on how to maybe use this river and this intelligence to give the right space to do this in an evidence-based way, and not that could speak to, and it should be focusing more on monitoring, and then or like when to use that into the design and the planning discussions, because it seems like there's a lot of limited time and capacity to do this type of work.
Well, let's hear from our panelists. It's a complex problem, so a complex question was natural.
Thank you very much for these questions. On the monitoring part, one of the key information that GeoGlobe provide, based on my experience supporting GeoGlobe implementation in the Caribbean and also in Africa in collaboration with the BYU, is that GeoGlobe facilitate also data standard compliant with our WMO hydrological observing system and related tools. So it means that at the same time, the solutions allowed the monitoring of water level, but also the generation of forecasting for warning decision. So it's a tool also that have a lot of flexibility to incorporate different indicator that can be used for the different analysis at the level of hydrometeorological service. So thanks that the tool is developed with the open source solutions, and also the support is providing with tailored capacity building, so countries have in their hands a solution that they can customize after a specific support that is provided by the developer partners. Thanks.
Perhaps. My mic on. I'll turn online quickly if either of our online panelists would like to chime in before going to Pin. I think I saw you going for your mic, but I wanted to give them an opportunity.
Yeah, I'll speak for a moment. Essentially, obviously, we do a lot of work with machine learning and AI, and one of our key drivers, and this is where like technology and science comes together in a complicated way, right? We're always interested in grounding it in like very, very strong benchmarking, right? We're not trying to build something that is like totally, crazy and out of there. And every publication that we've done and every benchmarking that we've done has been against together with ground truth that we've had available that's been kind of gathered for many years. So part of what's been nice, at least in the riverine side of things, is that we actually have years of data at this point that we're building on to know that our models are reliable. But I think to talk to something slightly different, I think the opportunities that lie in the AI space are not necessarily on the hydrological forecasting side, but maybe it's more on the getting the information into the hands of those who need it and for usage in the way that they most want it, right? The ability for individuals to build their own dashboards or to kind of just talk to the data behind the forecasts and then have it be really easily accessible, easily viewable, easily understandable to the folks on the ground who are actually looking at it. I think we're going to see tremendous leaps forward in that space, not driven by anyone here necessarily, but driven by individual needs across the world. And so I think the opportunities there are quite tremendous. But what it means very strongly is that the underlying data that we're providing has to be very, very solid, so that that clarity and that trust remains.
Thank you, Gila. Would anybody else care to venture into the question?
Just a quick supplement with the other speakers to respond to that. Yes, of course, there are now the pathway of using GeoGrowth for monitorings and make decisions beforehand. And the other pathway is for plannings. The thing that we are working is that we need to make sure we clear of the different need of the end user who are we working with, and that's how we kind of like mapping these stakeholders landscape and make sure we really understand what they really want to know. And actually GeoGrowth, they provide a forecast stream flow, but for monitorings, the end user, one of the end user, they get familiar more of the water level informations to make their decision to drain the waters or irrigate the water to the farmers. So we kind of like have to play that translations from Streamflow, work together with that stakeholder because they have rating curve, and then they work together, and then that accelerate the use of the end user faster. Because I think the key point is that we need to really pick up the real interest and need for them to make their decisions. That's for the monitoring. But on the other hand, we also see the useful of the GeoGrowth because they provide kind of like long-term different return periods, scenario informations, and that match with the planners, people who kind of like think a little bit in the long-term plan. So that also, how to say, open the door for them that, oh, there is such a kind of like open source data like that for them to work on the planning side. So that's help us to kind of like not that much stacklings, but then we kind of like get some bind and then make impact. Yeah.
And Maria, I'm so sorry. We need to wrap this up. Okay. Well, I want to thank our panelists. We came here with a question: what makes water intelligence actionable across institutions? And I do feel like we heard some excellent responses from a diverse group of people representing practitioners on the ground, scientists, the community of climate, of financing, conservationists. And we're seeing entry points across this entire chain of actors to engage in order to bring to bear the information so that you get uptake, so that things are designed in ways for action and impact at the end of the day. And I look forward to the potential that AI integration can promise in maybe unexpected ways, not just thinking about data integration, but as Gila mentioned, in the way that we access it and that our partners and beneficiaries may access it as well. So with that, I want to invite you to appreciate our panelists. Thank you.
Thank you, panelists.
Yes, I turn it back to you, Angelica.
Okay. So we heard about the investment, the vision, and the governance. So now we have two small presentations, demonstration to see the technology in place, because one of the strongest pieces of GeoGlows is how easy it is to be deployed and how easy it is to get to the local organizations. So I will introduce Steve Cope from Esri. He will show how the GeoGlows stream flow forecasts are now integrated into ArcGIS, Living Atlas, putting the global river intelligence directly into the hands of anyone already working in that environment. So Steve, all yours.
Thank you, Angelica. Angelica challenged me. I guess we sort of mutually came up with this idea that if I could actually build a web app on the fly in front of everybody live. So I'm going to do just a couple of very quick slides just to provide some context. First slide, please. This is a slide from the 2015 GEO meeting in Mexico City that Jim mentioned, where we had originally started talking about the ideas of GeoGlows. That idea is to take weather forecast information, which turned into gridded runoff data, put that runoff into a watershed, put that watershed water into a stream, and then turn that into a collection of multi-resolution, time-aware web map layers. Why do we do that? Because we want to put them in a web application. Why do we want to put them in a web application? Because we want to get them to people, get the information to the stakeholders. So next slide, please. So most of you know what ArcGIS is, but the key thing on this slide is that ArcGIS is an integrated platform that sits on top of a large collection of online data and applications. Next slide, please. It's basically built to publish and consume web services for about the last 10 years. So the key piece in here is there's hydro content in ArcGIS Online. That includes the GeoGlows forecast data and historic data as well. There's about 100 million items or so in ArcGIS Online that serves about 1 billion requests or several billion requests a day. It's a combination of community data like the GeoGlows data, a lot of open data like Landsat and Sentinel and other things. And we also have a team of people in-house who build data for our customers. Next slide, please. So it's a collection of data and services. Top left, GeoGlows Streamflow Forecast, multi-resolution. There's a bunch of other data in there as well. WRA, Aqueduct in the bottom left-hand corner there, and Hydrosheds data. Hydrosheds 1 was the original base data that was used for the first round of GeoGlows. Next slide, please. Oh, the JRC global water data is in there now too, as of a couple weeks ago. Next slide, sorry. So Hydrosheds version 2, very briefly, it's happening, it's real. This is actually Hydrosheds version 2 of the Americas that we're reviewing right now. It's built on a 30-meter terrain model that was derived from the 12-meter Tandem X data. The QR code here at the bottom, I'll get my head out of the way. is where you can go sort of keep up to date on what's happening with it. The stream network, flow direction, and flow accumulation will be available for download in July, as well as web services from Esri. And since it's going to be a GeoPackage download, I anticipate that within hours or days, there will be plenty of 2 minutes already. Whoa, okay, I better get over here to start demoing. All right, next slide. I'm gonna run over like 2 minutes, but that's it. Yeah. All right. We're actually gonna go to a different app. That was in the previous. It's already there. Good. Or didn't get done beforehand to be retracted. Where's that response? That type of. So I'm not going to add a bunch of extra layers. I'm just going to go straight to the map. Add one layer. Those layer. Those layers. Add living atlas data. Geo. Close. Living atlas. Add. So at this point, somebody might want to add their own local data that they might have. We're going to go up here. There's some stuff going on over here. Let's say we were interested in the headwaters of the Lena River. We see there's a flood coming soon. We can actually go look into the future, see when that's coming pretty soon. Let's build a local app for that. Okay, so let's save that. We're not going to give it anything other than demo, save. I'm going to share that. With the public so you can all see it. And all my typos. And then we're going to create an app. We're going to go to instant apps. There's a big collection of app templates in ArcGIS Online, but we know that the one that we want is Streamflow. Where's the Streamflow? Not liking this mouse. Streamflow. Oh, okay. Sorry. Different screen size. It always shows up on the left for me. Thank you, Jim. So the reason that we want to do this is we have a lot of customers who want to create their own national or city level or county level or community map, and they have a bunch of other data that they already have available as web services that they'd like to include in their local map. So we're just going to go in express mode and we're going to say next. Yeah, we like where the map extent is. We don't want to say anything about it. We can configure the stream flow itself. It can be global using GeoGlows. There's also a US based model in here. There's the ability to filter streams if I wanted to see just streams for Colombia, or I don't want to see first order streams or something like that. But we'll just say next. Change a geocoding service, whatever. And then there's a lot of other widgets that we can add to the map. I'm not going to do any of that. You can add additional widgets and change the positioning of the widgets, add your organizational logo, whatever, but I'm not going to do any of that. We're just going to publish. And view published app, it gives you a link that you can paste into an email. This is the app that I created. This is fully hosted in ArcGIS Online. And here we have our interactive Streamflow Forecast app. I'm going to go in here and just click on a stream of interest, and it'll populate a time series graph. It'll populate a time series graph. There we go. And we can move the time slider in the graph. It of the map updates the map, and you can see the change in flow in the hydrograph. You can make that graph smaller if you want to, or completely disappear, or bring it back up. Can you pop me back to the slides? So that's your demo. And if you didn't see enough, she has links here. We're going to pop back to that. QR code to the first app, which is already pre-built, just go use, and a blog post that explains how to filter on. I think it's the last slide. Well, the QR codes on it. I don't think I have time for questions.
Thanks.
Questions about that? Just see me anytime this week. You can sit and build them.
Thank you, Steve. So last but not least, we are going to have Beth Larson and Karina Larco. They are both from BYU, and they will walk us through the Hydro Viewer, which is an open source workflow that allows any country, any institutions to deploy and customize GeoGlows for their own context in minutes. So in minutes.
Yes. Yeah, feeling the pressure between you and freedom and dinner. So
Thank you, Beth. Thank you, Karina. And thank you all for spending this last hour and a half with us today. I hope that it was useful and something, you can do something with what you saw today. Thank you so much. Have a great evening.